Thank you all for coming in. Before we get started, I would like just to remind everybody that we have fire exits over here, over here. We have a lot of people in this room, so just take note of that in case anybody has to evacuate quickly. So that's important, but I would like to call this Town Council workshop of Monday, June 17th to order. Is there a motion to accept the agenda?
I move we accept the agenda as submitted. Second.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved. Mr. Sean Colin.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Town Manager, and the most guests I've ever seen, I think, in council chambers at one time. My name is Sean Colin. I'm Assistant Town Manager, and I'm here to lead discussion and presentation on the William Hilton Parkway Gateway Corridor project. This project has been in the mix for a number of years, starting back as far as 2017. I'm going to provide factual information to help Town Council and the community settle on a position for this project as we move forward. We've got a lot of people at the table, in addition to me, the Town Manager, and Town Council. So I want to introduce a few others in the room. We've got Jared Fralix, Assistant County Administrator. He is the project manager from the county's standpoint, as I am the project manager from the town standpoint. We've got Thomas Boxley, the Executive Director of our Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhood Community Development Corporation. We've got consultants here, Brian Kinzelman, Senior Principal with MKSK. I know Brian's been at a few of these workshops over the years. He's got over 47 years of experience in land and transportation planning, and has helped us in guiding some improvements over the past 3+ years to help shape this project. We've got our consultants from the Lockmuller Group here as well. We've got Nate Noren. He serves in a dual role with Lockmuller as the overall project manager and client liaison. He brings over 20 years of diverse traffic engineering experience and has had the entire career an opportunity to focus on traffic engineering related studies. We've got Kate Swinford, also serving a dual role for Lockmuller as Deputy Project Manager, as well as lead engineer overseeing completion of all technical aspects related to traffic engineering, safety, and bike and pedestrian components of this corridor study. Kate has either led or served as one of Lockmuller's senior project engineers on 20 corridor studies throughout her 11-year career. We have Chad Costa. Chad is one of Lockmuller's chief environmental engineers and is serving as the lead environmentalist, NEPA specialist on this project. He has over 26 years of experience completing NEPA studies and technical analysis for transportation-related projects. He has extensive experience in environmental consulting for federal, state, and local public agencies. He's certified through Federal Highway Administration and the Indiana Department of Transportation as a NEPA and environmental services specialist. And we have Lauren Jackson, PE. Lauren is a chief roadway engineer with the Lockmuller Group and brings over 30 years of experience in his role as lead roadway right-of-way analyst engineer on this project. His areas of expertise include planning and route studies, streetscapes, bicycle, multi-use paths, geometric design, project cost estimating, construction staging, and traffic control, as well as ADA compliance. I think we've introduced everyone at the table. Just wanted to provide that context as we begin to move forward. Kim, can we go ahead and put up the presentation, please? So we're going to walk through a presentation today. It includes several elements, and I'll go to an outline here pretty quickly as soon as I can. Okay. Yeah. So the presentation, the outline for the presentation, I'm going to cover several topics along with the folks at the table here. I'm going to look at project background, the current project, assessment of alternatives. We're going to look at a proposed project video, the proposed project defined in detail, property impacts, input related to the Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhood Community Development Corporation recommendations, and then next steps. So as we get into this presentation and project background, as I mentioned earlier, the project started back in 2017. That's when the project was announced to, from the SEDOT standpoint, South Carolina Department of Transportation, as a deficient bridge over Mackey Creek eastbound was identified. At that time, when the project was at its onset, the town and the county had agreed to look at a more comprehensive approach for this corridor, with the 6 lanes having occurred on the mainland through the Moss Creek intersection. It was to look from the Moss Creek intersection through through Squire Pope Road. Additionally, that's where 6 lanes begin on Hilton Island between Squire Pope Road and Spanish Wells. The project was later extended to go beyond Squire Pope to the Spanish Wells Wild Horse intersection of William Milton Parkway. That was in September 2017. In November of 2018, there was a sales tax referendum approved by Beaufort County voters that included $80 million in local funding toward the widening of the bridges and the project defined between Moss Creek and Spanish Wells Wild Horse Road. In February of 2020, Town Council adopted guiding principles that were a result of a citizen advisory committee that was approved by Town Council. And the guiding principles we'll talk about here in a minute. In April of 21, we started working with consultants, MKSK, to evaluate the project in more detail and to define recommendations to improve the project from a people, not just the transportation perspective. So it's important to note, that was looking at the guiding principles, a commitment to make sure that we were identifying impacts related to the project and not just focusing on those that move through the corridor or moving folks through as fast, through the corridor as fast as possible. In October of 2021, 26 recommendations were adopted by Town Council. They included several design requests and modifications for the project, as well as some additional recommendations that were related to project impact, but not necessarily to be included in the overall project design. In February of 2023, a modified alternative from SCDOT. Well, let me back up here. In October of 21, the recommendations were in response to a preferred alternative that SCDOT had released. In the following spring, in March of 2022, there was a modified alternative that was presented by Department of Transportation. In October of 2022, the town entered a memorandum of agreement with Beaufort County, outlining a critical path to be able to make a final decision and provide direction on the project. At that point, Town Council authorized the creation of a advisory committee, William Hilton Parkway Gateway Corridor Independent Advisory Committee, to help guide a town procured effort to do an independent study of the Gateway Corridor. Blockmuller was the group that was selected by the advisory committee and included a scope of work and proposal that was approved by both the committee and Town Council. The county had procured a transportation engineering consultant, CBB, as part of the agreed upon MOU. They completed an independent review of the project and presented findings to Town Council in October of 23. In October, around that same time, Lockmuir was under contract, and they began review of the independent study on behalf of the town. Lockmuir worked from November through June to work through the approved scope of work, to do the assessment, including modeling, design alternatives, and present those findings to the advisory committee. They last met last week, June 12th, and presented findings at that time. So we go back through, so that was a timeline. It goes back for 7 years. When we get back into the purpose of the project, in 2015, South Carolina Department of Transportation did an evaluation of the bridges to Hilton Head. At that time, the eastbound Mackey Creek Bridge was identified as deficient and placed on the deficient bridge list or need of repair. Once that happens, SCDOT has to put together a plan to mitigate. And so that's why in September of 2017, the project was announced. The Mackey Creek Bridge was built during the 1950s, and it opened in 1956. And it's scheduled within the South Carolina Department of Transportation's bridge replacement program. When we look at the full project extent, because again, as I mentioned before, the project was defined to start on the mainland at the Moss Creek intersection, where there's currently 3 lanes in each direction. It moves along the causeway and the bridges over Mackey Creek to Pinckney Island, the bridges from Pinckney Island to Jenkins Island, through Jenkins Island, and then on to Hilton Head, connecting to where the Cross Island and the business route split here on Hilton Head Island. And there's some reference points in here. On the top left side here, the Bluffton flyover. This is the causeway section. The first set of 2 bridges, Hague Point Landing, the Wilton Graves bridges, and then Jenkins Island. You see Hog Island, Blue Heron Point, Windmill Harbor, Jenkins Island. And then a few more points of reference here. Mariners Cove Club. There's the Jenkins Island Cemetery. You can see the power line easement that's identified here. The causeway to Hilton Head, the Stoney neighborhood, Square Pope, Old Wild Horse, and Spanish Wells Road, labeled here on this graphic. So there have been several influences on the project that have shaped it to its current state. As I mentioned, the town council created a US 278 Gateway Corridor Committee back in 2018. The committee met 32 times, according to our records and their report. They met in these council chambers, as well as they went out into the community. They delivered a report to town council in February of 2020. And at that meeting, town council adopted guiding principles to help shape decision-making on the project and project elements. Those guiding principles are listed here. Number 1, fix the transportation issues that improves safety and quality of life for all residents, workers, and visitors to Hilton Head Island. And then sub-bullets, address transportation needs for natural disasters and resiliency of island access. Consider future transportation alternatives. Number 2, second main bullet, improve the safety and quality of life for the residents of the neighborhoods and businesses directly impacted by the US 278 corridor. And that included the Stoney community and neighborhoods on Jenkins and Hog Islands, including but not limited to Windmill Harbor. And then the third main point, have a gateway to and from Hilton Head Island that the region will be proud of. And then sub-bullets, aesthetically pleasing and reflecting Hilton Head Island, low country values, with safe and functional pathways for for pedestrians and cyclists, and that minimizes environmental impacts and enhances the national asset of Pinckney Island. So those guiding principles have been part of the DNA for evaluations as we've gone through and considered recommendations as we worked with consultants and as we brought recommendations forward to town council. Some additional project influences.
Mayor, may I ask a question? Are we allowed to ask questions? Is town council allowed to ask questions during the presentation?
Absolutely.
Can you go back one slide? Where those guiding principles are included, there's much more to that report of February 18, 2020. Isn't it accurate that the committee proposed a mitigation plan for Stoney, which the town council did not adopt at that time? Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And if I may, since we're asking questions as we go along, in terms of the guiding principles, the consider future transportation alternatives, has that been done? The second question that I have is the neighborhoods on Jenkins and Hog Islands, including but not limited to Windmill Harbor. What notification have they received and what involvement have they had in this process? Certainly, emphasis put on the current design. The third one, I think you can tell by the reaction of those in the room, aesthetically pleasing and reflecting the Hilton Head Island Low Country values. If anyone were to look at that bridge, the snarky, laughing disapproval that we've accomplished anything along those lines would be absolutely accurate to and I appreciate that that was expressed already. So there are 3 points within guiding principles that we have not fully attained and therefore should not be moving forward with this project since we have not even satisfied our own requirements.
Please. Don, if you'll continue.
Additional project influences include safety. So this slide represents traffic collisions that have occurred between 2016 and 2024 within the project extent. You can see within that time frame there have been over 1,100 collisions, 6 fatalities, 2 involved pedestrians. There have been 81 major injuries in that period, and collisions at Windmill Parkway, Square Pope Road, and Windmill Parkway, Wild Horse Road intersection make up a little more than 40% of all those collisions. You can see this as it's blown up in a little bit more detail related to those 2 intersections on Hilton Head. Some additional project influences include traffic congestions along US Highway 278, Wilmington Parkway. These are some photos that showing the congestion that occurs. You can see the top left photo is at the merge with the flyover from the Bluffton Parkway, and then as you move onto the island, you can see the bottom left photo as you come off the bridge. The bridges to Hilton Head, and then through Jenkins Island community.
Mayor, if I may, on this photo, ask when those photos were taken?
They were taken during an AM peak hour traffic. These are about 4 years old at this point, but they were taken in 2020 as part of the information presented to the original US 278 corridor committee. It was during a AM workday peak hour.
Thank you. Not during the height of season then, or tourist season.
Now, and all the data from this project shows that Monday through Friday, peak hour traffic is more related to commuter traffic throughout the year than peak season. Right, right now, this does not include, right now, we're in a higher visitor season, but there's no school traffic. And I will tell you that the conditions and congestion are much less when school is not in session than when school is in session.
So this is a part-time, part-year situation that was described here, and not a full 12-month picture describing the situation.
Well, as any photo is going to be a point in time, I would say these photographs are a pretty good representation of AM peak hour traffic in the morning between Monday and Friday during the school year.
During the school year. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You all speak into the mic, we can't hear you very well.
Can you hear me?
Your mic's on.
Get close.
Additional project influences include the designation of the historic Stoney community as a traditional cultural property. What you see in the graphic on the right is a boundary that includes both the Big and Little Stoney communities. And as part of the environmental assessment, that's part of the NEPA process, in that process, it was designated as a TCP, traditional cultural property. And with that designation, enacts what they call a 4F resource. And there's requirements under the U.S. Department of Transportation Act of 1966 that provide direction on how that resource must be handled for all projects receiving federal money. And so I'm going to have Chad, our NEPA expert, explain 4F resource and what it is.
Thank you, Sean. So as Sean said, SCDOT's environmental study, a big influencing factor of it is Section 4F. So to understand a little bit about what 4F is, it's only applicable to projects that involve a U.S. Department of Transportation agency. So that would be Federal Highway Administration, Federal Aviation Administration, Federal Transit, Federal Rail Administration. Those are your main transportation agencies. So anytime they have funding or oversight of a project, 4F becomes a major influencing factor in the decision-making process. What are 4F properties? Well, Sean touched on one. Properties that are listed or considered eligible for the National Register of Historic Places. An example of that is the Stoney Traditional Cultural Property, but it doesn't just end there. Also, other considerations are wildlife refuges. An example of that on this project is Pinckney Wildlife Refuge. And then also publicly owned parks and recreational facilities. So an example of that on this project is Old Schoolhouse Park at 152 William Hilton Parkway. What the law says, it requires Federal Highway is not able to approve the use of a 4F resource unless one of three conditions are met. The first is there's no feasible and prudent avoidance alternative identified. Second, the action includes all possible measures to minimize harm to the 4F resource, or the administration determines that there's a de minimis impact, so there may be a use, but it's so minimal that it's not going to impair the facility or impair the resource such that the attributes are compromised. Use, for the intents and purposes of Section 4F, use is defined as the incorporation of portions of the 4F resource into a transportation facility. So that's looking at non-transportational parts of the 4F resource and whether they're going to be added in, whether through permanent right-of-way acquisition or temporary easements, or there's also use can occur if there's proximity impacts. Proximity impacts meaning that you may not actually physically acquire the resource, but what's being proposed is so damaging to the resource, it would be considered a use.
Yeah, thanks, Chad. And I think, just real quick, again, there's the area that these provisions apply to, everything within the boundary of that red line. And then again, the three goals are: one, avoid as much as possible; number two, minimize impact; and then three is to mitigate.
Mayor, if I could ask a question? I'm sorry, I didn't catch your last name.
Costa,
Okay, Mr. Costa?
yes.
Yeah, as part of your work with Lockmuir, did you look at the environmental assessment that SCDOT prepared for this project? As part of your work with Lockmuir, did you look at the environmental assessment that SCDOT prepared for this project?
Yes,
And did you examine Appendix O of the environmental assessment?
being the Section 4F section?
That's correct.
Yes.
And did not SCDOT make a finding of de minimis impact on Stoney as a result of this environmental assessment?
Yeah, well, let's back up 1 second. Remember, Federal Highway is the only agency that can make a de minimis impact. SCDOT cannot. So they can put forth a recommendation for de minimis, but Federal Highway would have to approve it. They have not done so yet.
Okay, I'm looking at Appendix O right here, summary and determination prepared by SCDOT. The project involves a de minimis / no adverse use on Section 4F property. Is that not a summary and determination by SCDOT of the Stoney neighborhood?
It's a recommendation put forth until Federal Highway issues the FONSI. It would not be an official.
But it is a finding that they made.
What's that?
SCDOT. It's a finding SCDOT made.
It's draft. That's a draft EA that's put out.
Okay,
I don't know how else to explain it. It's not final until Federal Highway approves it.
Yeah, and let me say, so SCDOT will have to submit to Federal Highways a request, including this permitting information. In the current draft EA, they believe they have a recommendation of de minimis impacts that will have to be evaluated as part of the submission to Federal Highways before Federal Highways can make that, issue that finding.
Mayor, if I may, just one point. As you were speaking, one of the first points that you made was that there should be no alterations, any impact on a 4F designated area unless there's a feasible and prudent alternative.
That avoids such a use, yes.
That avoids such a use, thank you. And a second bridge isn't feasible or prudent in terms of being able to provide a number of the other issues that we have with regard to safety on the island in emergencies, et cetera. Being able to process additional cars, as seems to be the desire of the state and the county, through the bridge and the corridor onto the island. There seems to me that there are a number of things that would justify a second bridge being considered.
Hey, Chad, in the presentation, we have a map for potential alternative second bridge location. Lockmuir, in their findings that were presented to the committee, did look at the implications of assessment of a second bridge, which included a significant delay, about 20 years, but by the time he did the environmental impact assessment, before a new bridge could be in place. So,
And hearing you in terms of the dramatic times. the dramatic time span that, 20 years, that's been indicated, isn't it also true that the county has said absolutely no to a second bridge? I believe that it's in the documents that the county had made a comment that there would be no second bridge, that would not be considered.
Not as part of this project. So LATS is the MPO. They're the regional planning organization for the area. And they have that in their long-range plan to study a second bridge. And that is I don't have their planning guide in front of me, but in the next year or two, they have that as a funded plan for LATS to take up for the regional, not just the county, but the region to consider that.
So the future might hold a second bridge. Meanwhile, we're sitting here today considering a $500 million bridge that, as the evidence from the variety of different consultants will confirm, saves no one any time, significant time to get onto this bridge, but has multiple negative impacts, not just on Stoney, which is critically important, but across the island for every resident and every visitor that comes onto our island. And so someone didn't think that it would be prudent to have that discussion moved up, to move that timeline forward, to incorporate it. And just for the record, I'm certain, and I will find it, I will submit it later if I don't have it, during this meeting, where the comment was made that the county was not interested in a second bridge.
Another way off the side.
Yeah, and so moving beyond the project influences, I wanted.
Sorry, Mayor, I have another question about 4F findings. Again, turning to the environmental assessment appendix O. Sorry. Again, turning to appendix O of the environmental assessment with regard to section 4F. Included in that appendix is a letter to Elizabeth Johnson, Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer, from David P. Kelly, the NEPA coordinator with SCDOT. Have you reviewed that letter?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm reading from the letter. It says the proposed US 278 project will acquire right-of-way within the boundary of the Stoney Community TCP, standing for Traditional Cultural Property. But this acquisition is minimal in nature, has no impacts to the integrity or the district, and does not substantially change the character, setting, or feel of the Stoney Community TCP. Is that not a finding?
It's part of the coordination process that goes on between the sponsor and the official with jurisdiction over the resource. Official with the jurisdiction over the historic properties is the State Historic Preservation Officer. That's all information that's fed into the environmental assessment. Once Federal Highway approves it, it'll become an official finding. Until
Okay.
then, still draft.
Well, this letter is not a draft, sir.
I get it. That's just normal
fine.
project coordination in the NEPA. I can show you hundreds of letters that inform the environmental assessment that will help Federal Highway make the decision, whether it's, hey, we got to bump this to an environmental impact statement, or whether we're going to issue a finding of no significant impact. That's just normal coordination that goes on.
Okay, well, let's call it a statement. They stated that, didn't they, sir? Thank you.
And I would certainly say, to add to that, that it is interesting to me and likely important to the people of Hilton Head Island that decisions are being made prior to determinations being assessed. I mean, you're making the assumption that nothing will come of the letters that have been submitted that would disqualify this project from moving forward. I think we should know that information now, not later.
So, moving forward, to look through project backgrounds on alternatives that have been assessed. You can look here in May of 2019, there were a range of alternatives that were included in the draft of the environmental assessment. You can see all the alignments that were part of that. It included some additional alternative routes that weren't necessarily through the Stoney community. You can see all of those that were identified. They went through an initial evaluation through the NEPA process based on their criteria, and a range of reasonable alternatives were identified. As you can see, most of those alternatives were near the original or the current alignment of William Hilton Parkway and the bridges. There were some additional consideration in a few areas about power line easement location, but all of them were roughly replacement of the bridges in that current, in this current corridor, or very close by.
If I can just back up, I found the information that I promised to provide, and it's on, it's a response from SCDOT on one, but the response I'm interested in talking about is from Beaufort County, wherein it says clearly the dual bridge option increases the estimated project cost by $17.3 million. Additionally, two separate bridge structures will significantly increase the construction time, potentially extending the, and it's hard to read, this is very light, and jeopardize the SIB funding. But the most important part is that they do not, the county does not support this request. So in fact, I believe I'm right, that the county does not support two bridges. I just want to make sure it's in the record now. Thank you.
I think that what you're referencing is a second bridge. So the alternatives, as Sean just described, there's 19 alternatives that got whittled down to 6 and then got whittled down to the last preferred alternative. What you're referencing isn't a different aligned bridge, but instead of one monolithic bridge, two separate independent bridges to replace the existing bridges that exist today. And what was being described there is that when you have two independent bridges, then you have extra costs and then offsets that would also affect the utilities and transmission lines. That's what that question and that answer was
Well,
specific
here's the
to.
question. Here's the question that was asked. It says, the town and county agree to support the evaluation of a second bridge to Hilton Head Island through Low Country Area Transportation Study, LATS, as outlined in the Long-Range Transportation Study for the region. And the response directly from the county was that you do not support a second bridge. So it's pretty clear to me.
The recommendation that was part of the memorandum of agreement with Beaufort County and Town Council in October of 2022 agreed to one bridge connecting. The recommendation or discussion before that and the 26 recommendations from council was to consider 2 3-lane bridges versus a 1 6-lane bridge. The response and agreement in that 2022 memorandum of agreement was for 1 6-lane bridge.
And just to point out, and not to belabor it, but I will point out the fact that the agreement came after the county said no.
So as we move forward, there were 17 alternatives that were evaluated. They were whittled down to 6. 3 were increased to 9 for alternatives, some minor alternatives. But in July of 2021, a recommended alternative was shared at a public hearing. And I'm just going to kind of walk through it, but you can see it was a 6-lane bridge connecting at the flyover, connecting the flyover and US 278 on the mainland. You can see roughly where the bridge alignment was, tying in and be on the south side of the current bridges. It included a shared pathway. Per Pinckney or US Fish and Wildlife Program goals, the alignment was kept close to and on the southern side in a tight alignment over Pinckney Island. The alignment as it tied into Jenkins Island was back within the existing right-of-way where the old swing bridge and roadway alignment existed. It included a new connection road, and I'll show a little more detail here in a minute, shifting the access for Mariners Cove, Blue Heron Point, Hog Island from the southern side to the northern side. It included pathway connections and underbridge connectivity of the pathway in this location that I'm highlighting here. And then it had an alignment through Jenkins Island, roughly where it exists today, with expansion with widening of the lanes to the north side. Here's where I've included some previous images. You can see that this image on the left is where the location of the old roadway alignment was with the swing bridge. You can see right here there was a spit of land that came off of Hog Island where this was actually on the road, on ground. The bridges were shifted in the 80s, and the bridge over here shows that the bridge alignment was shifted about 120 feet from center line here to the north east. And this is the current location of the existing bridges. You can see at that time, both in 1979, 1986, that there was development at Mariners Cove and development starting on the balance of Hog Island. The locations of the bridges as they exist today, you can see how they're built in that same alignment. You can see right here the access road to Mariners Cove, which is in the old roadway location where it used to connect to the swing bridge. I've blown that up a little bit more, but this, you can see the spit of land where the roadway used to reside has now been absorbed into the marsh. The old roadway was in this alignment, and you can see about 120 feet offset from the current location of the bridge and the roadway. Before I move on, yes,
John,
sir.
excuse me. Just for clarity, will the new proposed bridge closest to Mariners Cove be the same distance as the previous 1979 bridge?
It will be, sir, it will be very close. I can't give you it is very, very close. And I'll show you the new bridge alignment on the next page. It is completely within the right-of-way. You can see the property line here on this. I'll say our aerials are never 100% accurate, but there's the property line and the old bridge alignment. The new edge of the bridge, you can see this green line. If we can see it right, this little green line is the edge of the right-of-way. And then you can see the outside edge of the roadway in that section. So it's completely within the existing road right-of-way. And I think it stays very close to the alignment. A little bit later, when I show the bridge profile, you can see a shadow underneath of where the old swing bridge alignment was, and it's very close.
And can you go back to the previous slide, the aerial view? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So when the new bridge is constructed as proposed, what happens to that treed area within the right-of-way? Does that disappear?
I'm sorry, I'm going the wrong way here. We talking, is it
That's
this
correct.
here?
Yeah.
Well, so the new bridge and roadway alignment, the new bridge will come through this area and then begin to tie back into the current alignment on Jenkins Island. There will be some additional tree impacts through this area. when the roadway is removed in this section, there's opportunities.
To
To-
plant
to
some
plant.
new little trees, I got that, thank you.
And I'm just going to reiterate a concern of mine with regard, I understand, and the point is well taken, that this is within the right-of-way, and that the bridge moving to the south side, where the old bridge was, does no more harm than the old bridge would have done. But remind me again, when was Mariner Cove developed?
You can see in those aerials that it was being developed in the 1970s.
And when was the bridge shifted to the north where, in its current location?
In the 1980s. As I mentioned, there was already development on this property and beginning development on this part of Hog Island when the current bridges were relocated to their current position.
And when was the last time those communities were updated on the plans?
So they were stakeholders that were included in meetings with both SCDOT on behalf of the county. The proposed alignment has not changed since the original one back in 2021. The one released in 2022 is exactly the same alignment. So that was part of the process that they went through in stakeholder meetings.
Right, and I hear you and understand that. I just, having experienced in the past lack of notification on this island, when our neighborhood was rezoned and changed the character and the dynamics forever, it would have been nice to have an ongoing discussion, much less the lack of notification that we never received. But here, 2021, we're in 2024, it seems to me I'd be interested in knowing how much communication has been given to these communities over the last 3 years.
And then moving through the third section of the 2021 alternative, it was through roughly in the current alignment. The traditional cultural property impact is noted here, that of the 300 acres within the traditional cultural property community, 4.77 acres were being impacted. And of the 4.77 acres, there was 1.52 acres of private property within the property impact and acquisition part of the environmental assessment. So I won't have Chad go too deep into this. I'll go ahead and cover it. So again, going back to the impact of the traditional cultural property, that 4.77 acres was a significant number in that it identified the impact within that 300 acre 4F resource. You can see that the three 4F resources are listed on the left side, and that based on that draft environmental assessment, that 4.77 total acres of impact within that TCP, that SCDOT had drafted what they thought would be a de minimis finding, submitting it as part of the permitting to federal highways. What we've done here at the town is say that we're trying to reduce impact and try to reduce this number, both the overall 4.77 acres as well as the 1.52 acres of private property impact. You can see the original alternative identified about a quarter acre impact to the town's property, the old schoolhouse park. And it's a little difficult to see here, but this alternative included the non-traditional intersection designs, which had the U-turn movements at Old Wild Horse Road and Off Island. So you'd go through Squire Pope intersection and do a U-turn at Old Wild Horse Road, and had one-way traffic on Old Wild Horse Road. As part of the recommendations that town council considered was to go back to more traditional intersection design and to reduce that 4.77 acres of total impact, and then private property impact.
While you're on that slide about the old schoolhouse property, does the proposed plan include better access to the pickleball courts?
So the current access is provided off Adriana Lane. The access would remain in that location.
So no improvements?
According to the, or based on this plan, there's no additional improved access to that resource as part of this project. And then I've listed out, these are the town council adopted recommendations that were adopted in October of 2021 and provided as official stakeholder input to Beaufort County and to SCDOT as part of the NEPA process and results of the public hearing. You can see the recommendations that were made by town council to reduce lane widths wherever possible for traffic calming and to reduce property impacts, reducing raised curbs and medians where possible, encouraging vegetation and drainage, natural drainage in areas, vary median widths and meander roadway alignments for traffic calming and aesthetics, take advantage of town-owned property for sake of parkway improvements, utilization of ITS, smart signal. The town has installed adaptive traffic signal technology at all 25 signals. And with this, it would be to include signals not upgraded as part of that project. Right now it would be Windmill Harbor signal. Reduce curb cuts and provide alternative safer access for properties throughout. Provide trails on both sides of the parkway where possible, and to separate those trails from the roadway in lieu of sidewalks that were connected to the back of curb. Create a comprehensive system of safe, comfortable, and attractive shared use pathways for cyclists and pedestrians. Encourage opening views to the water wherever possible, so view corridors, view sheds. Ensure integration of unique Hilton Head specific signage, landscape themes, public art programs, architectural features, accent lighting, and other elements. Reduce design and posted speeds throughout the corridor. Evaluate the island-wide transportation system. So those were recommendations that were made from council to apply throughout the corridor. And then there were some specific recommendations to balance out or to round out the total of 26 that were adopted by town council. Number 13 related to improvements out in the Moss Creek area. Number 14 was to establish a gateway experience on the mainland side of the bridges. There was a recommendation to reduce bridge mass with 2 separate bridges and a shared path on the south side. To reduce bridge lane widths to 11 feet in width. Reduce shoulder width on the left and have only one breakdown lane or shoulder on the right. Provide a 14-foot minimum non-motorized lane or multi-use pathway on the bridge with viewing areas. 18, attention to bridge design details as viewed from afar. So to consider not just the aesthetic on the bridge, but as you view the bridge from a distance. Consolidate Jenkins Island access to one signalized location at the Charlotte Heinrichs Windmill Harbor entrance. Provide traditional turn lanes through, especially in the Stoney community where it had those U-turn movements, which relates to the next one, eliminate confusing SCDOT U-turns that were part of the project. Eliminate left turns and traffic introduction onto Wild Horse Road. Create a new park on the south side of Stoney. Consider a new visitor center. Create a Stoney authored vision plan for the next generation of the neighborhood. And then to create and professionally staff a development corporation as a vehicle for Stoney advancement. A lot of these items were included and the resultant modified alternative that was released in March included a lot of these recommendations. When we get to later in the presentation, we will have, we'll look through the items that have been incorporated and those that would be requested as part of request to the county through a new MOU.
And if, excuse me, if I may, that is the list that has responses from both SCDOT and the county. And if you'll just go back to that slide for me, please. You can start wherever you want. One of the things that I continue to ask about is, what is the cost of this program, this bridge and corridor? What is the actual cost, and what are the line items specific to each feature that's described? How do we know what we should red line out and say no thank you because we can't afford it, because it's too much of an inconvenience for the Stoney neighborhood or for the residents of Hilton Head, etc.? And what I want to highlight here is that within the responses, there are, and I will be happy to go through each one of them now or later, but I will go through them eventually. How many of these either SCDOT has said do not qualify for funding or for SIB funding, or the county has said, sounds great to us, the dime is on Hilton Head. So if, as you're looking at that and you're thinking there's some pretty fine stuff in there, just understand that that's not necessarily included in the overall number that gets bantered about of somewhere nearing $500 million, that there's more monies that would have to come, and those dollars will have to come from you. I don't agree.
Any questions on these?
I think it is important to note, as Ms. Becker has said, that a number of these were either not agreed to by the county or SCDOT, and that the town is expected to pay if we want to. For instance, I'm picking out one. Number 6 sounds great. Reduce curb cuts and provide for alternative, safer property access throughout. SCDOT response, agreement on this item. Change in access drives within Stoney, as proposed by MKSK, is separate from the project. That's just one example. So I think the community needs to know that this list is not included in the project.
One that I would like to highlight, because I know it's important to everyone. One that I would like to highlight to follow up on that is number 3, varying median widths and meander roadway alignments where possible for traffic calming and aesthetics. That sounds great. We want that if this project were to come to fruition. However, the costs are to be estimated if the project overrun will need to be funded locally, not SCDOT or SIB funding is the SCDOT's response. The county's response is that meandering of the parkway, all of the things I mentioned, would increase the project by approximately $1.5 million and was designed to avoid all critical areas, freshwater waterways, and will not be permitted to result in wetland impacts, and then goes on to say, on the second page, the part I'm trying to get to, the county does not have extra funds for an additional cost, and additional local funds would need to be identified early in the project if that were to take place. So again, not SCDOT money, not SIB money, not county money, town of Hilton Head dollars, your tax dollars, your tax increase.
Ms. Becker on that. On that item, So this was made in October 2021 after the preferred alternative had been delivered in July of 21. And so the county and DOT worked with the town on these 26 recommendations. And the only feasible area to meander the right-of-way or the road is through the Jenkins Island area. And so that alternative was adopted and is a part of the modified preferred alternative. So that cost is included in the new cost estimate.
Well, that's good to hear. Now, what I'm hearing also is that there's changes that have been made that we're not necessarily getting informed about.
That change was at the public hearing held in March 2022.
Okay.
So all of the stakeholders and folks in the area had opportunity at that meeting, and that change hasn't changed since that date in March of 2022.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that the stakeholders were informed and all of what you said. I will tell you, sitting here, this councilwoman was not informed. But I would also like to go to, and I'll find it, maybe we'll come back to it in a moment, but the issue of the 14-foot pedestrian bike pathway with the 20 by 50 bump outs. That cost is additionally to be borne.
That
by
cost too is included in the modified preferred alternative. So what got included, again, these comments, most have been included and incorporated already. So what's included in the bridge plans is a single 6-lane bridge with appropriate shoulders. And initially on the preferred alternative was a 10-foot shared use pathway on the south side of the bridge. The town had asked for 14 originally. Then there was a back and forth between the county and DOT and the town that time, and it got extended to 12 foot. And then from there, we ended up modifying the inside shoulders and reducing those from 10 to 6 feet. So through that process, there was 8 feet of bridge width gained or less. So 2 of that 8 feet was given to the pathway for a 14-foot pathway, which is included in the bridge plans as presented.
And is the cost included as well?
Cost is included in the current cost estimate. Included also are 2 lookouts that were proposed in the MKSK and the town's 26 recommendations. So there are over each creek, in between the 2 piers, there's a lookout section in both creeks. So one per creek, and those 2 are included in the current cost estimate. So all those.
Can you tell me what the cost of that is?
The total cost estimate for the project as it stands today is $488 million.
No, specifically for the bike ped and the bump outs.
So those PEDs, I believe, the bump outs were approximately $150,000. The extra cost in the bridge at the time, when we were contemplating expanding to the 14-foot pathway, was $2 million per width of foot of bridge. So expanding it from 10 feet to 14 feet would have been 4 feet or $8 million in cost. When we reduced the shoulder width, it actually reduced the cost of the bridge. So again, all those were incorporated into the modified preferred alternative presented in March and are in the current cost estimate as presented today.
Is there a cost estimate that includes line items so we can look at that so that we know?
So the line items, where this project is overall, is at a conceptual phase. So we're in the environmental process. The process doesn't advance until it gets federal highways designation. And then at that point, the project plans advance, the engineering advances until we get a refined design. And then at that point, we have a line item cost estimate. At this stage of any project, we have a cost estimate based off linear foot and width. So it's a high-level cost estimate at this stage of the project.
So these are all conceptual. The numbers are all conceptual until we get to a later point in time.
That's
At which
correct.
time we'll know what it's actually going to cost, what we actually are going to get. And at that point, we've already given municipal consent, so we can't reverse our decision. Is that correct?
Jared, if you will touch on that just a little bit, because while we would like to have a design come forth, that's not the policy of Federal Highway. So if you could address that so the public can hear.
Sure, absolutely. So again, we're in the environmental assessment or the NEPA process, and as that process is developed, you're at a 30% design level. Prior to a project advancing, it has to go through this public process that we're going through today and have been for a while. And only then after you get a check mark does it advance. So there's no opportunity for us to spend funds on the federal project to refine the design any further than where we are today until we get the check off from Federal Highway. In this project specifically, due to the limits and where it crosses municipal boundaries and the termini, municipal consent is not a federal mandate, but a state mandate. And so we're working with DOT on the project as they're the lead design for the county. And so between Federal Highways requirements in the NEPA process and the state's mandate in the municipal consent, those two things are merging at this point before we can advance the project forward.
It doesn't answer the question that once all of those considerations have taken in place and everyone else has been satisfied and we've given our municipal consent, excuse me, for the project to move forward, that we have no recourse. If those details do not match
So
with what it is that we as council members are supposed to be doing, which is representing the folks of this island, the 37,000 plus people who come to this island, who have expectations of knowing what we're doing, how we're doing it, and what it's going to cost, and what the impacts in both Stoney and across this island are going to be.
So to rephrase, and I think what I hear you're asking is to make a decision today with not a final design. And unfortunately, with federal funding, those are the parameters not set by the county, not set by DOT, but set by Federal Highway. And because of the nature of the project, there is federal funding. And this, again, what's included in the cost estimate is the overall cost for sections. It's not down to the line item. And until we refine the design, we won't have that. But what we do have is a contingency in the overall project cost for different elements that aren't known today through the final design, but can be expected. The contingency is broken up in different parts. And so the bridge is the largest cost of the project. But the bridge, as it's defined today in the 30% design, is pretty defined. So there's not much opportunity for the bridge to change its character and shape. So that contingency is smaller. I don't know specifically. I don't have the cost estimate in front of me. The cost estimate on the road portions, there's more opportunities for there to be change in the final design from where it is today. And so there's a larger contingency included in the cost estimate on the road work.
Sean, I know you've got a lot more on the presentation, so if you could continue, that would be great.
Thank you. Ever hear me? Okay. So based upon the input that town council provided, as well as feedback from the public and stakeholders, SCDOT released a modified preferred alternative in February of 2022. A public hearing was held in March of that year. The projects included the improvements that are listed here, entire project design speed of 45 miles an hour. It included a 12-foot shared pathway, shared use pathway on the bridge, connecting to a new pathway on Buckingham Plantation Road, as well as the pathways proposed on Jenkins Island. As Jared mentioned, the interior bridge shoulders were reduced from 10 feet to 6 feet. It increased median width and road separation in the Jenkins Island area, and it's in small scale here, but it did meander the westbound lane and shifted that alignment north on Jenkins Island. The U-turns were removed in the Stoney area. And then 4 lanes, based on the council recommendation to reduce lanes to 11 feet, 4 lanes of 6 proposed through Stoney were reduced from 12 feet to 11 feet, 2 lanes in each direction.
May I ask a question? Yes. Thank you. If you go back to the previous slide, please. I think there's confusion, maybe it's mine. Interior bridge shoulders reduced from 10 to 6 feet. I don't want there to be any misunderstanding here. That does not mean that both of the, I guess, the breakdown lane and the shoulder, eastbound, westbound, one of each on both sides, have all been reduced to 6 feet. It is only the ones on the inside portion, right? So when people are adding this up, I don't want them to think that both the breakdown and the shoulder have been reduced from 10 to 6 feet. In fact, the breakdown lane is still 10 feet on both the east and the westbound lanes.
That's correct.
The way this is written, it's a little bit misleading.
There are 2 shoulders in each direction. The outside shoulder is 10 feet. The inside shoulder is 6 feet.
So what is the total number of lanes?
Total number of lanes is 3 lanes in each direction.
Total
with-
6?
With shoulders on each side of the travel lanes. The exterior shoulder, or outside shoulder, is 10 feet in width per South Carolina Bridge Design Manual, as well as federal highway standards. The 6 feet on the interior shoulder is a design exception from the 10-foot shoulder in that area. So there's been an agreement to reduce the interior shoulders from 10 to 6 feet.
So let me get this straight. So there's 6 travel lanes, 2 breakdown lanes, that's a total of 8, 2 shoulders, that's 10, and the bike lane, that constitutes 11 areas. Okay, thank you.
May I also ask a question with regard to that? There must be a median, there must be some separation between east and west. How much room is that, and what is that comprised of? Is it a landscape median, trying to keep in character and keeping with low country values, as we first heard was a point that we're must achieve? Or is it a concrete barrier?
On the bridge is a concrete barrier, so between each of the lanes and the pedestrian, there's a concrete, the Jersey barrier as it's referenced. That's about 30 or 40 inches tall, and I believe at the base it's 30 inches wide. So that, from the face of that to the travel lane is the shoulders that we're considering. So same thing with the pedestrian accommodations. That separation is not included in that width. It's from the face to the travel lane.
And how much is that?
So in the center, again, it's 6 feet from the face to the interior travel lane, and then on the shoulder, it's 10 feet from the travel lane to the face of the concrete barriers in between pedestrians and travel.
So there's just a concrete barrier between these lanes, these 12-foot lanes, to the pedestrian pathway.
That's right.
Okay. We're talking about safety? Does that sound safe? I mean, it's a rhetorical question, so no need to answer. I just was also curious, my math, maybe I missed something somewhere, but that's roughly 119 feet with no greenery, with no landscape, no greenery, no nothing but concrete in front of you. Does that sound like island character?
I do want to mention, the existing bridge has 2 lanes in each direction. It has 2 shoulders in each direction. It does not have a multi-use pathway. The travel lanes are currently separated by concrete Jersey barrier. And the separation on the Ravenel Bridge from Charleston to Mount Pleasant has a Jersey barrier separation between the travel lanes and the pedestrian traffic there as well.
And while I appreciate the reference to other bridges in other cities, this is Hilton Head Island.
So I'd like to ask a question about the width of the existing bridge structure. What is the width of the existing?
Separation, so it's another 14 feet. So if you look at travel lanes and shoulders width, it's 100 feet versus 107 feet, that section.
And that includes that, there are two bridge sections here as opposed to
It's 7
one.
feet wider as it relates to the bridges and travel lanes and shoulders.
And does that include the space in between the two bridge structures over Mackey Creek?
It does.
Okay.
The bridges over Skull Creek are approximately 80 feet wide, outside edge to outside edge. Again, roughly the same overall bridge width of 121 feet, including the multi-use pathway dimension of 14 feet. So if you do more of an apples to apples bridge, travel lane, shoulders, and the protections, it would be 107 feet versus 80 feet in that section.
It'd be interesting to see that laid out. It's kind of hard to believe it, you had that many lanes and there's that little difference. Thank you.
And we have a graphic that shows the dimensions.
Two bridges are safer than one bridge.
Yes, safety.
This summarizes what I presented in the previous screen about design speed through Jenkins Island. You can see the traffic on Jenkins Island consolidated at one location in Windmill Harbor, consistent with town council recommendation. And then there was a very shift in the median to the northbound for westbound traffic to provide more of a parkway feel in that area. As you go into the Stoney community, I'm sorry, wrong thing here. But in the Stoney community, U-turns were removed in the Stoney area. Again, 4 lanes, 2 lanes in each direction were reduced from 12 feet in width to 11 feet in width. The impact under this modified preferred alternative is different to the traditional cultural property, as where before it was 4.77 total acres impacted. The input from council and stakeholders reduced it from 4.77 to 3.4. And the 1.52 acres of private property impact were reduced to 1.21. So you can see the overall reduction in the traditional cultural property impact, and that's within the Stoney community. So again, you can see when you apply that 4F resource, when the draft EA came out with the 4.77 acres of impact, and there was a recommendation in that in those permit documents that it was de minimis. We were actually able to work with the county, the state, and the community to reduce those impacts even further. Their finding was only reinforced by reduction in overall impact within the TCP. So that was released in spring of 2022. There were several meetings and discussions between the town and the county. There was a workshop held in this meeting in April. But discussions throughout the year led to a memorandum of agreement adopted on October 4th of 2022 between the town and the county. And it outlined a path, critical steps and path forward for the project. There were 11 items that were outlined in the MOU. First was the town and county would agree to work in partnership, cooperative manner through the remainder of the project. We have done that, and I will say in the past 6 or 7 months, the partnership has never been stronger in trying to listen to each other and to improve this project, reduce property impacts to the TCP, and to be able to define the project in greater detail. There was agreement to work through to try to identify those additional 26 recommendations, and where additional opportunity to make positive movement on those recommendations, we would do that collectively. There was agreement that the county would procure an independent consultant to do an independent study, and that there would be a team for selection made up of both town and county representatives. The county did that. They contracted with CBD, who did an independent study, included town involvement as they worked through the scope of work, and those findings and recommendations were presented to town council and county council in September and October of 2023. You can see that the town identified the committee and committee composition and a designation from the town manager of representation. All recommendations from that independent review were meant to inform the draft environmental assessment, and if there were any recommendations that would affect those documents, there was an agreement to modify the documents submitted for the finding of no significant impact if that had taken place, or modify those in advance of submission for the finding of no significant impact if it had not taken place.
May I ask a question? Maybe, Jared, you have it at the top of your head, or someone else does. With the county's review that took place, they had data that represented the amount of time savings that the new bridge would add value to the residents and employers and employees of Hilton Head. Do you recall what that time savings from the county's consultant was?
No, I don't have that information in front of me. That was definitely looked at as far as travel time, and is included in the report that was presented to both county council and town council.
All right, and as I recall, it was truly de minimis, having little to no impact in the commuting time for all of the employees and visitors coming onto the island. So please keep that in mind as you're listening to this, because I think that's a critical element. The time savings of nearly $500 million project is, in this case, from their report, less than 2 minutes.
In a moment, we'll be able to have our consultants provide the findings of their
Yes,
modeling.
I have, looking forward to that as well. Thank you.
I'm going to move through these. The other elements within that MOU included, there's a requirement of NEPA process to do a value engineering to see where there's opportunities to save money, and there's an agreement to do that as part of that process. That we would work with the LATS, the local transportation group through our MPO, regarding the synchronized signal system all the way out to I-95, and work to find funding for that. Any signal that was not part of an adaptive traffic system would be upgraded. For example, the Windmill Harbor light as part of the project would be included. The agreement did not provide municipal consent. It was clear on that. But that would be needed before the right-of-way phase would start on the project. And the town and the county agreed that the independent review was the last study needed to make a decision.
May I ask about that Windmill Harbor light, please?
Okay.
Has the county incorporated the Windmill Harbor light into the system on Hilton Head Island, as you just heard it would?
No, not at this time. So what's called out in this MOU that would happen prior to the construction of this project was proposed in the MOU that will be considered later by town council and county council is for that.
So I find that interesting as we're trying to build a good faith relationship, that we've agreed to something that was very important to the residents of Hilton Head as we look to determine whether or not we could save time, move traffic through in a more safe and efficient way with the integrated lighting system. And we have an agreement that the Windmill Harbor would be part of that. And here we are, that's October 4th, 2022. Today is June 17th, 2024, and the county's yet to do it.
The county also assisted in the 25 lights that the town advanced with that system. That was funded through county funds.
And we appreciate that, but that doesn't speak to what I'm speaking of here with regard to Windmill Harbor and our agreement to have done so. So in my mind, and maybe others, when we're looking to enter into an agreement with the county, what good faith and confidence do we have? Thank you.
So that recommendation was that it would be included within the project. We have drafted a letter requesting to take over the maintenance and include that into the town's system as such. So that was the MOU adopted by Beaufort County and Town Council. Subsequent to that agreement, Town Council asked for an additional independent study be conducted, procured by the town of Hilton Head Island, and focus on a scope of work that was to be recommended by a committee and by Town Council. In February of 2023, Town Council authorized creating a committee and appointment of memberships. You can see in number 1 there what the membership was. The committee, coordinating with the technical review team that was designated by the town manager, was to draft an RFQ and identify a reasonable number of firms to bring in as preferred consultants. The committee and technical review team drafted an RFQ and a scope of work, and that was presented to Town Council in June of 2023 and approved by Town Council. The RFQ was solicited, and the Gateway Advisory Committee helped procure and recommend a consultant to engage in the independent study. They conducted interviews and made the recommendations. The Lockmuller Group, with consultants at this table, were the consultants that were selected by the Independent Review Advisory Committee and recommended to the town manager for execution of the contract. And then the fourth role of the committee was to make sure that the consultant group performed the scope of work that the committee had recommended and that Town Council had adopted as part of the RFQ that was distributed, seeking their services. So in the scope of work and in the RFQ, these are the items that were identified to be achieved. There was an independent study of the corridor project. They were to review assumption methodologies, alternatives, preferred design recommendations that serve in the best interest of Hilton Head Island. And they take a fresh look at the project, offer new alternatives, and develop any of their own ideas and recommend alternatives to the committee and ultimately Town Council. Number 2, the proposed plan will have to pass NEPA review when they go back to the 4F, and it was important to make sure that that project influence is understood. So the consultant had to have familiarity with getting through the NEPA process and the review from Federal Highway Administration. Also demonstrate solutions to the congestion problem as it was part of the project purpose and need. And then finally, the study was anticipated to take no longer than 6 months as directed by Town Council. I'm not going to go through every item in the scope, but I've got 5 slides. In the task, there was a project initiation and coordination. It was bringing the consultants here. They went through all previous documents, did site visits, did field measurements and review, and met with the committee. Task 2 was to provide modeling data and recommend design concepts. They evaluated the travel demand model that was used to identify growth rate and to identify ways to evaluate the project, including those items listed there, throughput and traffic simulation costs, safety, environmental, and community impacts. Task 3 was model and operational analysis updates. So based on their recommendations on the travel demand model, they ran modeling through one modeling software called Synchro to make recommendations to the committee for alternatives for additional assessment and review. And then they shifted into a more accurate modeling software, a more higher level of predictability and outcome called VISM, and that was included in task 3 as they moved through their work. And then task 4 was our project. Well, we call it independent end-to-end analysis. So it went beyond the Spanish Wells Wild Horse Road intersection. It looked at downstream impacts to intersections on the US or Windmill Parkway business route all the way to Hooping Crane Way, Indigo Run, and then on the Cross Island route all the way down through Palmetto Bay Road all the way to Seapine Circle. And so they did that and presented those findings, all the findings through tasks 1 through 4 to the committee through June 12th of which was last week.
Can I ask you a question? If you go back to that last slide. So let me ask the question this way. Will we get an opportunity to hear from the Lockmuir consulting groups, representatives that are here with regard to their findings that are in that report? Or are we
Yes,
this evening?
yes.
And I'll have my
We're getting very close. And then task 5 was to deliver a final report that summarized or included details around all of their findings and recommendations and to deliver that to the town. There were some assessments that were done through evaluations about other items, no left turns at peak hours, no left turns in the Stoney community at peak hours. There's an assessment that was done that run through the modeling where there was savings in westbound traffic in the PM peak by eliminating left turns, but the assessment that was completed and modeled showed more of a delay in the AM peak by traffic backing up at the Gumtree Road intersection. And this was presented as part of the... Yes,
To
ma'am.
delay the Lockmuir's presentation, can you go back one slide? So I'm trying to figure out the title there. You said presented to town council by CBB. And CBB, the consultant hired by the county. I'm
That
trying to
is-
figure
that is
out why it's
correct.
entitled that.
That is correct. As part of the work, this was a slight deviation from the scope that CBB performed, but we were working with them jointly. The town requested a no left turn peak hour analysis, and CBB performed that. When they presented to town council in October of 2023, they included this information and their findings and recommendations to town council.
So we jumped from the Lockmuir scope of work to what CBB presented?
I'm
Is
showing
that
you
what
the
you've done?
assessment of the current situation and items that were here. There were a couple of things that I'm going to point out and then turn it over to Lockmuir to share their
But my
findings.
question is this part of the report from CBB or is this part of the report from Lockmuir?
This is part of the report from Sean.
From
That
who?
From
CBB.
the findings are from CBB. I've included it in the presentation.
I'm sorry, you confused me to the hilt because you jumped from the scope of work by Lockmuir to a report from CBB. Now that I know we're talking about CBB's report, I understand where we are, but that was extraordinarily confusing. Thank you.
This is another slide showing that same, roughly the same information, but you can see the impact to travel times with the no left turns. There's savings in the westbound PM peak, but not in the AM peak, in the eastbound AM peak. Another,
I'm sorry, are these from the full report by CBB because the town council only had a slide presentation? Is this from the full report by CBB?
Ms. These are items that were assessed as it relates to the current project. And I'm presenting a couple of key points before Lockmuir gets into their findings and recommendations.
Yeah, I'm holding in my hand the presentation made by to Town Council by CBB on October 17, 2023. I don't think those slides are in there. So that's why I'm asking. There must be a thicker report that CBB made that's separate from the presentation that we haven't seen. That's what it appears to be happening to me. Okay, I just want to confirm that.
And just, in just a moment, to push back on that last slide again. The 2023 travel time analysis, I think this travel time is going to become important later, and there's some caveats within the data. I believe it should be highlighted that the CBB report is using growth projections higher, significantly higher than Lockmuir did. So when we get to the point where we're looking at these results on travel time versus the results from Lockmuir, there's a difference because we're not comparing apples to apples or orange in this case. So, note taken, right?
Discussion about a second bridge came up several committee meetings. This map was put together to show second bridge possible locations. There's 5 locations that come from some mainland connection, 2 to the east, 1 from St. Helena Island, 1 from Port Royal, connecting a Beach City road. And then there were 3 others that started at the Bluffton flyover and either tied into the Cross Island to the end here and Spanish Wells Road or along Point Comfort Road.
And I'm sorry, again, is that from the CBB report? I've never seen that map before.
This is just an illustration for potential second bridge alignments.
Okay, well, I can tell you I've never seen that map before.
None of us has ever seen it. I've never seen it before. I've been to 60 meetings. I've never seen it, Sean.
It's just an illustration that represents potential second bridge locations.
No, I understand that, but we've never seen it. Never had a chance to discuss it.
And other than the left turn assessment, which CBB performed on behalf of the town, there's no other recommendations within the CBB report that are part of this presentation. That was at the request of town council to have an independent study done, and I'm going to turn it over to Lockmuir now to go through their findings and assessment of the corridor.
But I don't want to step away from the point that was made, if you go back to that slide that with a second bridge assessment. Who did the assessment? When was it presented? This is news, and I'm unaware. And it sounds as though there's at least one other council member that is. And so the insertion of something like this, if those questions can't be answered, seems to me to be a little bit misleading in that the town made an assessment on a second bridge, which is not true.
Yeah, I'm not making a conclusion that we assess the second bridge location. I'm trying to illustrate where potential connections could be for a second bridge.
The title says assessment of second bridge.
I don't need to go to Downstream Road to go home.
I'm gonna move forward into the Lockmuir portion. They're gonna go through and go through their findings and their assessment and share that information with you all this time.
Thank you. Lockmuir was tasked with completing an independent study of work that had been done prior by other consultants, as well as potentially come up. Is this better? Okay, great. Lockmuir was tasked with completing an independent study to evaluate work done by prior consultants up to this point, and as well as bring potential new ideas for corridor alignments to the table. As part of our work, one of our first tasks was to review the growth rate that was used in prior studies. Through that effort, we determined that the existing LATS travel demand model, TDM, may not be a reliable source for future traffic on the William Hilton Parkway. That model seemed to be the source of the growth rate for prior studies, so we set out to develop a proposed growth rate that used sources of information that did not come from the LATS travel demand model. So through careful application of statistical analysis and we developed an alternative method for forecasting the traffic on the William Hilton Parkway. And this was used based on the population of both Beaufort and Jasper counties as the key indicator. So based on this revised method, traffic on William Hilton Parkway at the Graves Bridge is expected to increase by 0.56% annually, resulting in an ADT forecast of approximately 65,000 daily vehicles in 2045. So if we compare that to the observed ADT in 2023 to the forecasted ADT in 2045 using our revised method, we get an approximate annual growth rate of 0.56%. And as has been noted, that differs from the growth rate that was used in prior studies.
As part of our scope, specifically tasks 1.8, if anybody has our scope of services addendum, we were asked to evaluate the feasibility of potentially structurally rehabilitating the existing structures and seismically retrofitting them as opposed to building new, thinking if that might be a more cost economical solution. And I apologize. In order to do that, we were directed to review the seismic study that was completed by SCDOT and their design team. It was completed in April of 2020. And we were tasked with not coming up with any new designs, new layouts, critiquing detailed calculations, looking at their models and inputs. It was really just focusing upon ensuring that in our opinions, they were following standard engineering practices as well as that the evaluations appeared to be valid. I don't know if this is on here or not. I apologize. There was a life cycle cost analysis that was the kind of the culmination of what they put together. The study looked at three different options. Two of those were geared towards rehabilitation and seismically retrofitting the bridges. The other one was considering just the construction of the 6-lane structure that we've been talking about today for the DOT's alternative. The differences between options 1 and 2 are that option 1 considered the construction of a new eastbound structure that would accommodate 3 eastbound travel lanes. And then for the westbound structures over Mackey and Skull Creek, those would both be rehabilitated. In option 2, the westbound structure over Mackey would be replaced, and then the westbound structure over Skull Creek would be rehabilitated as was in option 1. Those would provide the 3 lanes of westbound travel, and then once again, similar to option 1, a new eastbound bridge would be constructed to accommodate 3 lanes of eastbound travel. And then again, the option 3 was a brand new 6-lane bridge, as we've been discussing today. They came up with a life cycle cost analysis that initial construction costs, future costs, user costs, maintenance cost, and I think maybe for the good, maybe I can pull up my slides here so everybody can see that way everybody can see the table that I'm speaking about. Okay. Okay. I apologize. So this is just some slides that we brought forward just for resources in case questions come up. As I said, the culmination of that report was looking at the life cycle cost analysis, and as you can see the table below, options 1, 2, 3, and then descending for those costs. We provided a pretty detailed presentation on May 8th to go through all of our findings, so I'll try to be brief, but I'm happy to answer any and all questions that people may bring forth today. As you can see, option 1 shows a lower initial cost, but also shows a higher future construction cost. The reason for that is the lower initial cost is you are simply rehabilitating existing westbound structures. The future cost considers what it would be to replace those rehabilitated westbound structures whenever they find the end of their useful life. And then you have a user cost and the maintenance cost. That would take approximately 60 months to complete. And you can see that over the course, it's just a little bit over $248 million. Option 2 has a little bit higher initial cost because you're replacing the westbound structure over Mackey while rehabilitating the westbound structure over Skull Creek. Therefore, it has a lower future cost because you're only replacing one bridge. Work your way down. So therefore, the total life cycle cost is a little bit lower than option 1. Still have a similar time frame. Option 3 was the brand new bridge. You have a higher initial cost because you're constructing a brand new 6-lane structure, and then it's a shorter time frame and duration. So again, this was an 1,800-page document. We've given a presentation, but I did write down just a couple things that I think may be of note. First of all, from the findings is none of the existing bridges meet current seismic design standards. They were designed and constructed prior to any of the current seismic standards that are needed today. Therefore, and given the critical nature of the US 278 bridge, any rehabilitative efforts on that bridge need to include a minimum seismic design improvements. And not to bore anybody too much, but there's 2 categories of seismic design requirements. One is called a functional evaluation earthquake, that is considering a lower magnitude earthquake that has a higher chance of occurring. That is the baseline of seismic improvements that you must make. A do-nothing alternative is not an option. If you're rehabilitating a bridge, you must bring it up to seismic standards. The current best practice is called a safety evaluation earthquake. That's a higher magnitude earthquake that has a lower chance of occurring. Now, existing structures can potentially be seismically retrofitted to attain the best design practice, SEE level, but it just depends on some other conditions. The other critical item that we found in this is that the study showed that the costs that you see on that screen do not include the costs that would be required to seismically improve the rehabilitated bridges. The costs shown only show structurally rehabilitating the bridges. And the reason they were not shown in the study, it noted that SCDOT directed their design team to not go through the effort of completing a seismic improvement cost. And I do not believe, in my opinion, that it was done for nefarious reasons or to avoid doing it. I just simply think that they first looked at, you can see that the delta between just from a structural standpoint, and I think just from a resources standpoint, they decided that going through the effort of coming up with the additional costs for the seismic improvements, that would just increase the deltas that you see on the table. Through other evaluations throughout the study, it was noted that the existing the existing Mackey Creek and Skull Creek bridges will not be able to attain the best or SEE design levels. They will only be able to attain the FEE level. But a new bridge would be able to be designed at the best design practice. So there's a lot of verbiage on there. I will not read that verbatim for you. But what I did want to highlight was that in our opinion, it does find that the design team did follow standard engineering practices, and we overall agree with their findings. As I noted there before, the true costs shown do not reflect the seismic improvements. You noted the time in between the two. You can see that the option number 3, just building it new, will require a shorter duration. Just some of the key findings here. if there was a desire to structurally rehabilitate, as opposed to just building new, you would put them on different maintenance schedules, therefore causing future use and disruptions, and therefore that would also increase the time shown. And then, as I noted too, the existing structures for options 1 and 2 would never meet the best or the safety design requirements. So for all those reasons, we do not feel that it would be prudent to pursue an option of rehabilitating or seismically retrofitting the bridges as compared to building a new 6-lane structure. Does anybody have any questions on that topic?
Just one quick question, since you have, I don't have any questions about seismic measurement. But along with this, when you presented to the advisory committee, you had a number of sketches. So can you tell me from those sketches, I couldn't read the numbers, what's the size of the existing bridge? Bridges plural. What's the width of the existing bridges? Yeah, there's your sketches.
I have the slides from our presentation. I apologize here. This is very,
It's kind of small. I couldn't read it either. I couldn't blow it up on my screen anymore. I couldn't read the numbers.
I don't think it's, well, I just want to verify.
I was just trying to use those to try to figure out the width of the existing bridges compared to the width of the proposed bridges.
Right, and Ms. Bryson, I'm not sure that provides that. The illustrations that I provided at the committee meeting is just reflecting the options as they outlaid there. So,
Right, for the rehab. Okay, thank you.
sorry. Yeah, okay. Okay. We'll go ahead and move forward. As a part of task 1.3.3 in our scope of services addendum, we were asked to evaluate the feasibility or look for opportunities. Would there be an opportunity to maintain a 4-lane section west of Squire Pope Road along William Hilton Parkway? And in order for us to do that, we first needed to get an understanding of what the existing and future forecasted operating conditions would be. We had provided that through various deliverables, and we've spoken about that. But in summary, our calculations indicate that from a existing 2023 traffic volumes, the reduction in traffic that would be required to attain acceptable operating conditions along the main line would be a reduction of 30%. From a 2045 traffic volumes, it would be on the order of 40%. So once we developed that baseline of information, we looked at a couple different ideas that have been brought forth by the committee, town staff, and the community, asking the question, if is there an opportunity via improvements to the existing transit system, would that be able to potentially help maintain 4 lanes in the future? And that began by us reaching out to the, make sure they indicate the correct, the Low County Regional Transportation Authority for existing ridership information, and what we were provided, it indicated that the existing transit mode share in the region is only 1% at this time. Our in-house transit expert indicates that even though that was in 2021, as you can see, there would be a significant delta and require exponential growth in order to get up to 30%, and in fact, that would be unrealistic. He thinks, in his opinion, that it would most likely, if a system were improved, operating as efficiently as it could with its demand, that it would still be on the order of less than 5% overall.
May I ask
Sure.
a question at this
Sure.
point? And so when you investigated transportation issues, you only looked at that one concept with regard to the transit system that's in place, where someone might live in a community anywhere on the other side of the bridge and choose to take a bus to come on to Hilton Head Island. And that's the type of transportation system that y'all reviewed.
That would be reflective of coming to and from Hilton Head Island, correct? Yeah.
Did you look at any other types of transportation systems?
We also looked at the question that was brought forth, what if the implementation of a high-speed ferry?
Right. But in terms of automobiles, were there any other ideas? What I'm trying to get at is that standing alone, the investigation that you made, you have data, which are facts, understood and accepted. But the conversation about what transportation alternatives might be has never been had. And I know it's been brought up because I've brought it up since 2018. And you and I have spoken about this. The transportation ideas are a little bit different than what y'all investigated. For instance, one idea might be the lease or purchase of land on the other side, on the mainland side of the bridges, where we could create a park and ride type of situation so that there would be fewer cars coming across the bridge, but people would leave their home in their car, leave it at the park and ride station and take a shuttle. And some might say, well, the transit system doesn't account for that. We don't have that in place. Well, that's true. We could certainly look to develop it, but even more, I would suggest that we have a trolley system that circles this island regularly to pick up visitors, to free of charge take them to their destination, and maybe a realignment of those resources to go out to a park and ride and pick up those employees and commuters onto the island and bring them onto the island on a regular basis would be beneficial. Did y'all look into anything like that?
The system that you're speaking to, I think if you just look at the delta, it's in our professional opinion that the behavioral change that would be required for that, and also keeping a focus within a 20-year window, so something for that to be implemented, get up to speed, and then when you're looking at the need to reduce by 40% by 2045, we don't feel that would make that decrease that delta significantly to where you still wouldn't need to widen to go.
So as one alternative, perhaps it has a smaller impact than would give us the 30 to 40% needed. However, if you add that to any number of ideas and how we could reduce the traffic coming across the bridge, additively, it could be very significant. Has anyone taken the time to listen to those ideas, to investigate them and make an analysis to make sure that we know, is it insignificant, or do we approach that 30%, even maybe even that 40%? I know I'd be interested in knowing if we've truly, if we've been listening to put transportation alternatives in those discussions as a priority. I haven't heard any. And I appreciate that y'all took the approach that you did, but that doesn't address what could be done and what the additive nature of taking several steps might be.
We wholeheartedly agree that these other types of transportation demand management strategies are definitely worthwhile to pursue to help slow the growth. However, we were looking at what that needed would be to reduce it from 6 lanes within 20 years. And the items that you're bringing up, it's our professional opinion that we wouldn't be able to get to that 30% delta.
But there was no research done into that.
We utilized in-house transit experts within our firm that have worked on similar types of projects, and he looked at the area.
Did they look at anything similar to what I'm talking about?
A variety of different ones. I can go back through his notes. I don't have his notes with me, but he was very adamant that even reaching 5% at a robust system was a very lofty goal, I guess.
Thank you. And I've read the report in detail and highlighted and gone back over it, but it seems to me there was a singular focus. And what my point really is this. The conversation about transportation and other alternative ways to reduce the number of cars coming across the bridge has not happened internally in a meaningful way between last council, frankly, or this council. And so we're making conclusions that it won't be helpful without really even having moved that ball off the starting point, right?
We think
So,
I'm sorry.
right. So I think that that has been something that we should have done. We should do prior to giving municipal consent, and to have a truly, have it truly analyzed to see what the change, how close we could get to that 30 to 40% that you're referring to. It's unfair not to do that.
We also looked at, there's been discussions about would an implementation of a high-speed ferry, would that also help us close that delta? And we looked at LATS's current long-range transportation plan, and it's our understanding that they do have a feasibility study earmarked in their current capital improvement plan, but it's our understanding that that has not been initiated as of yet. And so thinking about not knowing if that's going to get initiated, if that feasibility shows if there would be a sufficient demand to sustain a system, we didn't feel that that would provide significant impact either. And so with those two items, we felt that as standalone strategies to be able to retain 4 lanes through Stoney, we did not feel that that would be worthwhile. However, to Ms. Becker's point, we wholeheartedly agree that looking for opportunities to slow the growth would be beneficial, but it's our professional opinion that delta is just too great.
I would love to have this conversation in a meaningful way among our council members. I think it'd be fabulous if we could sit down and actually talk about ideas that we as representatives of the town have that could contribute to protecting our island and mostly preserving the communities throughout the island. And we have not done that, and so we have failed already.
Take this one.
Before you leave that 4-lane viability, did you separate out limiting 4 lanes only through Stoney?
We went from west of Squire Pope over the bridge just to ensure that we reiterated our previous findings that we do
Through
feel
the whole
that
quarter, but you didn't separate out only 4 lanes through Stoney?
we considered the volumes that led all the way up to the Stoney area. East of Squire Pope, as you know, is already a 6-lane. So we were looking for opportunities per the scope to see if we could do that to the west.
You didn't separate out Stoney?
We did not look at a 6-lane section next to a 4-lane section, next to a 6-lane section. No, we did not. It's our professional opinion that if that configuration would be in place, nobody would actually really use that extra lane because everybody knows it's going to bottleneck down. Nobody wants to get caught and have to merge. And so we professionally would not recommend that configuration for operational reasons.
Do you ever recommend road diets?
I'm
Do you
sorry?
ever recommend road diets where you reduce the number of travel lanes so you can control the traffic?
Yes, in different circumstances with different ADT values.
Okay, thank you.
And just a comment, so it sounds like to me that makes sense, right? Nobody wants to come from 3 lanes down to 2 lanes. I get that, that makes sense. But what it also says to me is that the dictate that the county made, that this would be a 6-lane bridge, influenced and informed your decisions in terms of what would happen on the mainland coming through Stoney and coming through the rest of our communities. And we all know that the impacts don't stop there. Those impacts will continue all the way through 278 to Sea Pines, not only on 278, but the side roads. And then what's the answer to that? So, except for more concrete point. So I think from the start that we've been misguided. Thank you.
I'll just clarify the process that we went through to arrive at the approximation that between 30 and 40% of existing volumes would need to be otherwise accommodated to acceptably keep the 4-lane section, looked at a 4-lane section for the entirety of the corridor, and we did a stair-step method. Would this operate acceptably if we had a 5% reduction? No. What about 10? No. And stair-stepped it up until we got to a value where, in our opinion, the conditions were acceptable along the corridor, and that's where we landed at the 30 to 40%.
Excuse me, folks in the back here, please speak a little clearer, louder, please.
And less bubbly. Yeah.
And your opinion is based on accepting the increase in capacity. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
And your opinion is based on accepting a large increase in capacity. Is that correct? By 2045?
We expect that traffic will continue to grow along the corridor. Yes. And so when we made our 2045 predictions, we were working on an assumption that the existing ADT would grow at a rate of approximately 0.56% per year through 2045.
So based on accepting that possibility of that increase in capacity,
Yes.
that assumption. Thank you.
Can I ask you what you mean by operate successfully?
Operations on a roadway mean a lot of different things. We have a slide later in the presentation that also gets into this a little bit, but level of service, which, if nobody is familiar with that, it's tied to delay. Delay is seconds per vehicle that is required to wait in a certain situation. So we look at level of service, which is tied to delay. We also look at queuing that results from our simulation models. And we also look at volume to capacity ratio, which is a decimal that indicates whether a certain lane configuration is operating over or under capacity. So when we do an assessment of a roadway, we look at all of those things combined. And for this corridor in particular, we also looked at travel time from end to end.
And so when you refer to the level of service, where are we currently?
I don't want to misspeak.
If this is later in your presentation, I'm happy to wait.
We do go through more specific level of service details later.
I'll wait.
Okay. Are you ready? Does this click? Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, our independent study task was also to come up with potential alternate ideas for roadway configurations that could work acceptably along this corridor. We were tasked with coming up with 4 alternatives, one of them being the 2022 modified preferred alternative, so that we could make an appropriate analysis of that alternative with the new growth rate that we feel, in our opinion, perhaps will better estimate the future traffic that will be realized along the corridor. Alternative number 2 looked at a bow tie configuration at Squire Pope Road and Spanish Wells Road. A bow tie is a configuration where if a vehicle is going to make a left turn onto a side street, they first would take a right turn and traverse a roundabout and then go through the intersection to make a left. Alternative number 3, we evaluated a few different options to grade, separate some of the intersections without taking the full step into a completely elevated bypass. And alternative 4, we evaluated an elevated bypass of the corridor. As we stepped further through this process in discussions with the technical working group and the committee, we also did a cursory evaluation of a southern bypass that was proposed by members of the community. So these are just some graphics of each of these alternatives. You've seen this graphic before. The modified recommended preferred alternative was alternative 1. Alternative 2, bow ties at Squire Pope and Spanish Wells. This is an illustration of how a vehicle would make a left-hand turn at an intersection with this configuration. It would follow the yellow arrow. Alternative 3, we considered one of two things. These two configurations are called an echelon or a center turn overpass. These configurations are restricted rather to single intersections. They are not entire system overpasses. The general idea between both of these is that you take either the left turns, as is the case with the center turn overpass, and elevate them over the major movements of the roadway and have less movements trying to utilize the same traffic signal so that you can give more green time and more priority to the volumes that have a higher demand. An echelon is a similar idea, but instead of raising the left turns at each approach, you raise 2 of 4 intersection approaches to be elevated, leaving 2 of 4 approaches at grade, and each signalized intersection, one on top, one below, is only trying to serve 2 directions of traffic at one time. Our proposed version of an elevated bypass for the roadway is shown in a series of slides, but generally we would have a complete grade separation of through traffic trying to go southbound on the Cross Island Parkway, as well as traffic trying to continue either east or westbound on 278. So it would completely separate a majority of the through traffic from the local roadway system, including Squire Pope, Spanish Wells, and Gumtree. This alternative has a direct connection to both 278 and the Cross Island Parkway in both directions. And this is a closer view, an attempt at a closer view of what some of the specific intersections would look like. The at-grade roadway configuration would be able to be less wide than it currently is today because a bulk of the traffic would be served through the elevated bypass section. So we have presented this information before at the technical working groups at the committee meetings. This information is a result of Synchro software. Sean already mentioned previously, we use 2 different software models in our analysis. Synchro is a very good analysis tool that helps us to get a general understanding and a pretty good confidence level of how certain situations and certain roadway configurations will perform. And then we, per our scope, we're going to take a fewer number of alternatives forward into VISM analysis, which is a microsimulation model that is more of a real-time simulation of the proposed corridor rather than Synchro, which is based on equations largely from the Highway Capacity Manual, which is an approved document by the Federal Highway Administration. So as you can see, comparing our alternatives 1 through 4, there are approximate travel time reductions end-to-end in both the AM and the PM peak periods for eastbound and westbound traffic, ranging from 16 to 20% reduction in eastbound traffic in the AM to anywhere from 34 to 45% approximately for the westbound direction in the PM. And I would also like to note that the travel times, again, were completed in Synchro between Moss Creek and Indigo Run.
If I can just ask you
Yes.
a question. I heard the percentage, 16%, approximately 16% during AM peak period, and westbound William Hilton Parkway by approximately 34% during the PM peak period. That's what I heard you say, I believe, and that's what's on page 32 of your report. But it also says, it should be noted that westbound William Hilton Parkway during the AM peak period and eastbound William Hilton Parkway during the PM peak period are not expected to experience significant congestion in 2045 no-build scenario. I think that's important for people to know.
Yes, it's typical for commuter corridors such as this one to have a heavy direction in morning people commuting to a place, and then the opposite will be true for the afternoon when they, return home. So that is true for this corridor, that most people are trying to travel eastbound to the island in the AM and return home westbound in the PM.
So when we go back to the original comments during the first part of the meeting, when we identified that this is during peak hours that we're having issues, and it's during a time of the year when school is in session, and not year-round, and not all day, 7 days a week, that there are issues. I just want to make sure that we're clear on the problem that we're trying to solve, right? We're all focused on the solution. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that the problem that's trying to be solved is during a very limited amount of time during the weekday hours and only a portion of the year that we're about to take all of these steps to manipulate and to change and to forever impact negatively, I'll say, the entire island while we're spending close to $500 million. But I wanted to be really clear on that and have it pointed out again. People need to make a calculus, right? They have to do the calculus at the end. They need to understand the problem and how we're solving it and the consequences of the solutions that we're coming up with. So, thank you.
How many minutes does the 30% equate to?
That's a great question, thank you. That 16% and the 36%, can you give that to us in minutes? And remember, these times are different because we're not comparing apples to apples. We have from the CBB report the lower numbers, which are based on a higher capacity, expectation of growth. So when you hear these numbers versus the others, these are lower numbers to start off with because your growth expectation is lower, correct? Yes, okay.
Yes, that's correct. These numbers are also in Synchro, and we have information that we presented to the committee on June 12th that have one of these options in VISM, which is a more refined analysis, which we can get to in a few slides here. That one does have minutes, but to your question earlier, the difference in travel time in seconds is in the middle of this table in the two middle columns. So 16% reduction for alternative one, for example, is a savings of 109 seconds, which would be less than 2 minutes.
Thank you.
We also were tasked with evaluating the bike and pedestrian impacts of each of the 4 alternatives that we brought through our analysis. We did so by considering the pedestrian crossing distances, the potential for refuge islands, and the conflict points that pedestrians would experience as they crossed each alternative configuration along the corridor. Bear with me here while I find the table that I'm looking for. I can certainly go through each of those boxes in detail if you'd like, but generally we found that the alternative number 1 had the least amount of bicycle and pedestrian provisions provided, followed by alternative 2, alternative 4, and then alternative 3. And I really want to emphasize that when we provided an overall scoring matrix to the committee as part of our work, we graded each of these alternatives against one another. We did not bring forward or continue to analyze any alternative that we felt failed in any way. So we think that each of these 4 alternatives were worthy of consideration, and to hopefully help decision makers with this decision, we graded them against one another in each of the categories that were presented in the scoring matrix that we had provided previously to
So
committee.
before you leave that slide, I'm looking at a copy of that from page 54 of that section of your report. And I think it's important for the community to note the observations. You look at pedestrian crossing distance, and alternative one, which is the one being recommended, has the longest pedestrian crossing distances, especially through Stoney. And the potential for refuge islands, no refuge islands on north-south crossings. So there's no refuge islands, no place for somebody to stop if they're trying to get across a 6-lane road. And the conflict points, multiple turning movements and potential conflict points along each leg. So that is true of the SCDOT modified preferred alternative, if I've got all those words in the right order, with alternative one that you're suggesting, which includes additional right-of-way on Gumtree. So actually, there's no provision for bicycle and pedestrian safety there, is there?
The signals certainly will be timed to have the appropriate pedestrian clearances, but this largely provides a similar amount of pedestrian and bicycle amenities as the corridor does today with the existing signals and the existing facilities.
Okay, have you ever tried to cross as a pedestrian or a bicyclist the road at Spanish Wells? I have. I won't do it anymore.
And I'll just comment that that is an issue that goes towards safety, right? Safety is a primary concern. Later, we'll be evaluating the value to you as residents for this project, and safety is one of the critical elements, and I think we're missing the mark on that.
Can I ask one other question? Has there been a road safety audit prepared by SCDOT for this project?
I am not aware of the answer to that question.
Thank you.
Okay. As part of our alternative analysis of the 4 previously discussed alternatives, we also did a high-level vehicle safety analysis. And to do so, we compared the conflict points. Conflict point would be a position within an intersection or a roadway configuration where 2 vehicles could potentially occupy the same space. So alternative number 1, at each intersection along the corridor, there are 32 potential conflict points. Alternative 2 would reduce that number to 20 potential conflict points. Alternative 3, where the echelon or the center turn overpass would be constructed, which again is either at Squire Pope or Spanish Wells, would reduce that number to 22 or 24 conflict points respectively. And alternative 4, with an elevated bypass, there is no more vehicle conflict with crossing movements because the roadway would be separated through vehicles. There would no longer be any conflict points at signalized intersections for those vehicles that would use the bypass. So we had an estimation that there would be a potential reduction in approximately 30 to 50% of the crashes along the corridor if an elevated bypass was pursued. I'm going to pass the microphone down to Lauren to talk about right-of-way impacts.
Okay. As part of these alternatives, we looked at what the right-of-way impacts would be in comparison to the state option. So keep in mind that any of these areas is in relation to the state's preferred alternative.
While you're taking a breath in before your next sentence, as people are beginning to leave, I would just encourage you all to stay engaged. Municipal consent will not be voted on tonight. It'll be, I believe, the 20th, the mayor has set for that decision by council. So please stay engaged. please come to tomorrow night's council meeting, and please come to the June 20th council meeting at 3 o'clock here in Chambers.
Okay. So in addition, we'll point out, as Kate mentioned, that our study actually goes beyond the limits of the state improvements. We looked all the way down to Gumtree for our improvements. So the alternate one, which is essentially the state option with some modifications, does include some additional right-of-way to provide a second southbound left turn lane at Gumtree to help the operations of that intersection. And then the alternate 2, which is the bow tie option, we've got an additional 1.1 acres there, and that is primarily to provide those roundabouts for the turnarounds. And then alternate 3, the echelon and center turnover passes. At those intersections, due to the configuration of the intersections, there needs to be some additional turn lanes and turnarounds provided to provide full access. And again, that results in 1.1 additional acres of right-of-way. And the elevated bypass, based on our preliminary layout, we feel that it could, depending on what shoulder widths would be used, could fit within the state's proposed right-of-way width. So there would be no additional right-of-way required there. And in addition to that, because it's elevated past Gumtree, that second southbound turn lane at Gumtree is not required. So that the 0.2 acres at Gumtree isn't required there either.
Want me to cover? Take that. So as part of the evaluation of our 4 alternatives, we also looked at environmental overview. So again, this is staying high level. This did not include any type of field investigation, did not include any type of public engagement or anything of that nature. The intent was to basically use data that was out there, archival resources, GIS resources, what SCDOT had included in their draft environmental assessment, and screen our 4 alternatives and just say, okay, this is what we could be looking at from an impact wise, and then also what does this mean in terms of satisfying NEPA. Then goal after this process would be that whatever alternative is carried forward would be presented to SCDOT, and they would incorporate as further modifications into their recommended preferred alternative. And their consultant that's assisting with the environmental assessment would be doing that resource agency coordination and the detailed field investigations, all those things that have to be done as part of the NEPA process to update the current environmental assessment. You want to take over? Yeah. Oh, he has one, doesn't he?
Okay, as previously referenced, the southern bypass, that's a topic that's been brought forth by members of the community throughout the process since we started in earnest. I do think there would be benefit in me giving just a little bit of context to the group as to how did Lockmuir arrive at the alternatives that we put forth. On December the 12th at the committee meeting, we approached the committee to seek feedback from them to help us develop a hierarchy of most palatable to least palatable, because we wanted to understand, we fully appreciate the guiding principles and what, quite frankly, the difficulty that's faced here, in that there's a desire to reduce congestion along the main line without increasing capacity. And there's also been hesitancy to, or wanting to limit right-of-way as much as possible, wanting to pursue standard intersection geometries, no unique left turn treatments, no circuitous movements, and no vertical grade separations. And all of those are typically used in some form or fashion on standard corridor studies. This is definitely a unique and special project, so we sought the input from the committee. And the topic that was really rose to the top and directed to us was the highest desire was to put right-of-way, public or private, to not impact that to the greatest extent possible. And then on the meeting that took place on February the 14th, a committee member put forth a motion for consideration that maybe there'd be an opportunity for an alternative to completely eliminate any right-of-way takings at all, as compared to the DOT's alternative, which, as Sean has mentioned, was at the time in February about 3.44. And so whenever we heard in December and then in February reiterated that that's the town, at least from the committee's perspective, the highest desire is to limit right-of-way as much as possible. And I do want to note that at the February meeting, we hadn't began developing our alternative. So that was really kind of at the top of our mind. Like that's what our lens was as we move forward. So the alternatives that Kate went through, we don't have a slide that shows this really available, but we could not find an opportunity to completely eliminate right-of-way, to eliminate what the DOT had provided or proposed. But the alternatives that we showed would increase the amount of right-of-way put forth by the DOT by approximately an acre. So it is an acre, not drastically, but admittedly it was an acre. So that's how that was the lens that we did and why we chose the ones that we did. Throughout the process, members of the technical working group and community had sent us varying versions of the southern bypass to go along the south side of William Hilton Parkway. And while we appreciated the correspondence, we did review them. However, looking at this map, one reason why we did not include those in our alternatives, that we looked at it from an independent perspective, was because going through traditional cultural property on the south side of William Hilton Parkway would be a significant increase in acreage over what SCDOT's alternative was. And so we know that through that correspondence, there was a desire to maximize throughput to connect directly to the Cross Island Parkway, which that was really kind of the reasoning behind proposing the elevated bypass, because that's what that did. It remained within the existing footprint. It provided direct access to the Cross Island Parkway. It improved operations at Gumtree Road because it took the main lines over and they crossed down just west of Wilborn. So it achieved all those bypass options that the members of the technical working group had put forth, but just did not incur as much right-of-way impacts as what is shown, and again, is above and beyond what the SED's alternative was. So throughout the course of those committee meetings on March the 27th, April the 10th, and April the 22nd, varying comments were made, but we really got we decided as an internal team following the April 22nd, because the topic kept being brought forth by the public and wanting to have an opportunity to put more data behind responding to, from a cursory perspective, what we thought that the impacts would be and maybe the hurdles and challenges that there would be. We decided to step outside of our scope and prepare a cursory observation related to this version of the Southern Bypass. This is one, as of the day of the meeting on May 8th, this was the version that we had. While I was actually traveling to the island, I received an email with a more current version, which is shown here. Actually, coming to the meeting, we didn't have a chance to look at that. And the findings that we'll go through here relate to, this map one. And so again, we went above our scope. We prepared some detailed findings and just outlined some challenges from the environmental roadway right-of-way impacts. And again, these are items that were shared at the May 8th meeting, talking about the increased relocations, impacts to right-of-way. As you can see on this screen with this version, in the magenta color, those are sites that we were considered to be impacted because this would need to be an elevated bypass. If I wasn't living in one of those homes personally, I would feel that I would be impacted if an elevated roadway was in that area. The yellow dots are ones that we anticipated need to be relocated. In this screen, you can see the one yellow dot just above the old elementary school park, and then the ones in the green would be considered private parcels. Again, just to reiterate what Chad had said before, from a NEPA process, and this being a federally funded project, right-of-way is right-of-way. It doesn't matter if it's public or private. If this were a locally funded project, then there would be more latitude in being able to do what the town desired. However, with this being federally funded, the rules are quite stringent, and that's where we are leaning on Chad and providing you with that expertise to provide you with the data and the facts. And really, that's another concept we wanted to bring forth as we are here as your, hopefully viewed upon as your trusted consultant to provide you with facts to make informed decisions. And so at the meeting, we presented those, and Chad went through some environmental concerns, and we can certainly circle back to this if the council so desires. But during the meeting, one of the members of the committee asked us, would our recommendation, use the wrong word there, our observations and challenges that we see from an environmental standpoint, would that change if we looked at the alignment that's shown on the screen? And we can understand and appreciate maybe the technical working group who prepared it, that if we brought it a little bit closer to William Hilton Parkway, would that maybe decrease the impacts in, again, with it being within the traditional cultural property, the amount of acreage would remain about the same. And then if you look at the parcel that is highlighted in yellow currently, if we move that closer to William Hilton Parkway, those green dots that are immediately above it would turn into relocations as well. And again, the acreage would remain about the same. So all of the environmental challenges that we wanted to inform you of would not change regardless of any type of alignment. And then also too, that would require connecting into, and more maybe all the way, and if there's a question as to regard maybe where it would actually need to connect directly into the Cross Island Parkway, it would not be able to connect where shown. And then in here, definitely would not be able to connect just right there. And I don't think that's the intent of this slide. They do say direct down to the Cross Island Parkway, but that distance roughly from west of Squire Pope Road to at some point on Cross Island Parkway is approximately 5,000 lineal feet. And that would also require a grade separated interchange at Squire Pope Road. And so we covered that at May 8th. There was a desire to potentially study it further. That was outside of our scope, and because we did not move forward. And during the time on June 12th at our committee meeting, we reiterated these topics. Really nothing has changed from that point. So apologize for the lengthy conversation. Just wanted to provide some context to that. We just see a lot of environmentally related challenges with a bypass that goes through a brand new alignment through the traditional cultural property, causing relocations, approximately 6 acres as compared to slivers of right-of-way along William Hilton Parkway. Again, through the efforts of in coordination with Sean and MKSK and members of the committee, reducing that number of acreage west of Squire Pope Road to 2.89 as opposed to 3.4. That's reduced, but if you compare that to new alignment through the south side, that would increase it by approximately 6 acres. So a drastic increase in right-of-way.
Nate, can we jump ahead a little bit? I know you have a matrix or two, and then the summary of findings. I think you've covered most of these.
Yep. Sure. Apologize for that. I do think that I covered that. Reducing from 2.89 is currently with the intent to make it a single eastbound left turn at Squire Pope Road and a single southbound right, as opposed to the original dual turn lanes that were originally proposed. Any new alignment along the south side would be on the order of about 6 acres through traditional cultural property requiring relocations. We require a 2,000-foot bridge spanning the marshland. Significantly more expensive than alternative one. Would lead to, most likely lead to environmental impact statement as opposed to the EA. Impacts to cultural, section 4F. And I do want to point out as well is that when we prepared our cursory observations, we prepared those independently, brought them to the meeting, and then Sean provided a letter from the DOT stating that they also evaluated it separately. And it turns out that there was a lot of similar findings. And so hopefully that gives assurance that we have the background and experience to know what the answers most likely will be, and then they verified that.
Hey, can I jump in just for a second? Because I think we can move forward to the 4F findings. I want to make a couple of statements. We've heard that the southern bypass would not have any impact on the Stoney community. We've heard from Lockmuller. We're going to hear from Brian Kinsmore with MKSK about property impacts. It's at least roughly 6 acres, and Lockmuller's alignment evaluation of what was provided to them, and MKSK has another number drawn up at the request of the technical working group. Mr. Bear asked that we had MKSK draw an alignment. There's no distinction between publicly owned and privately owned property within the traditional cultural property. And so again, back to the avoid, minimize, mitigate, any square foot, any acre impacted, whether it's publicly or privately owned, there is no distinction when it goes through federal highways for evaluation. So I just wanted to point that out. And then Nate, would you mind advancing to the next couple? And I'm going to have Brian Kinzelman just explain this. Again, I talked with Stephen Bear with the technical working group. He asked, based on submission of the previous alignment that was displayed, Nate went through for the southern bypass, if we could have MKSK draw an alignment that they thought might be appropriate for a southern bypass in this area. They've done that, and I'll have Brian Kinzelman run through and briefly explain what the outcome was.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. This is the overview plan, starting at a touchdown point that's west of Squire Pope, and then going all the way to the Cross Island, and taking that express traffic, if you will, off of the existing 278. This is a series of viaducts, as Nathan had mentioned. There is grade separation, so we've got bridges, if you will, over roadway systems, and then some of this roadway is on grade. But it's a system that's similar to what we see at the Cross Island as it crosses 278 Business. It's a similar system to what you see on the Bluffton Parkway flyover. It may be only one lane in width in each direction, but it still needs breakdown lanes. It needs structure for the elevated portions and also for the viaduct structure. So it is right-of-way take one way or the other, and it's not insignificant. I've tried to thread the needle, as it were, looking at this from the Stoney neighborhood standpoint, not how quickly I can move an automobile from one point to the other, how we weave through those residents and those businesses, missing park property to the extent possible. But as Nathan has said, this has right-of-way impact, whether it's privately held or publicly held ground. So this represents, I think, Nathan, if you'd flip to the next slide, I think we've got a bit of an enlargement. Gives you a little better sense of how you marry up with the existing 278 system. This particular one flies over Spanish Wells and then finds itself south of the existing parkway. So it's a series of bridges, viaducts, surface roadways. And it's about 12 acres of right-of-way take when you start to figure in the right-of-way needed for construction, for transition grading, and for making these structures work over roadways. If you flip to the next one, you can see the next piece that again, traverses over the top of the Parkway, over the top of Squire Pope, and then blends into westbound 278 going off Island. So one lane in each direction, but it's with breakdown lanes. So that is my, as accurate of my interpretation of what the community has brought forward to you for a southern bypass.
Is there a distinction? I understand that within the 4F area, that it doesn't matter if it's privately or publicly held land. Is there a distinction, though, and I think you said 6 acres, of whether that is privately or publicly held lands? Is there, have you separated that? Are there two different numbers?
Sean, I don't recall off the top of my head what that distinction is.
I would be interested in knowing because the town-owned property is largely undeveloped, right? The significant portion, while we hear that big number that we're concerned about, is what portion of it is attributable to the Stoney neighborhood and their impacts, not undeveloped town-owned land.
Well, I think what I've heard and what I believe is that the southern bypass, whether looking at the graphic or two that was displayed as Nate presented, or the graphic that we have up on the screen, is all Stoney community impact.
So areas in orange shown there.
So all of the impacts with regard to the southern bypass are within the Stoney neighborhood.
That's correct.
So, thank you.
Sean?
So even in the, I'm sorry, even in the, well, the MKSK illustration, the overall impact of the TCP is increased to approximately 12 acres. Because what the previous version from that was displayed there and assessed, it didn't include the tie-ins, it didn't include width for shoulders along the elevated sections. And so therefore the right-of-way need would be greater than what they had submitted. So again, any additional impact within the Stoney community and that traditional cultural property that was designated would increase the overall impact. And when we talk about the draft submission of the environmental assessment, it would be more impactful than the 2.8 acres that a proposed project would have an impact on.
Wouldn't the southern bypass that you're describing help workers to get to work faster? Because they could now, one's going to the north end of the island or the right direction, and the other's going to
Well,
I'm talking about what benefits.
yeah, I'm happy to answer that. So one other thing, can we go back a couple slides, Nate? The southern bypass that's being that was proposed or asked for a review, go back a couple more, what was submitted by the technical working group. It begins right before the intersection of Squire Pope Road. And it bypasses a 6-lane segment that already exists. So I will tell you that travel times between Squire Pope Road, or where the beginning of that express bypass exists, to the end of the express bypass are very marginal at best. Once you get to that point within the corridor, there's not a lot of savings by taking a bypass.
But if you do that, then you don't have to have 6 lanes going through Stoney.
There are already 6 lanes in that section through Stoney. But from Squire Pope Road all the way through Spanish Wells, Wild Horse Road are already 6 lanes. In some sections with turn lanes, there are even more lanes than 6.
And perhaps we could solve that problem and return the Stoney portion of this corridor back to a more family-oriented roadway. But there are benefits. It's just a matter of how you look at them.
In our evaluation of this, yes, we agree a bypass improves traffic flow. There's no question it could improve traffic flow. But the impacts to create that southern bypass are so great that we don't think it would ever get approved. And if it, even if it did get approved, it would extend the project timeline significantly. And you're creating a bigger impact to the Stoney community, because whether the 6 lanes are all on the existing alignment, or there's the road stays as it is on the existing alignment and you add lanes to the south bypass, you're still adding lanes and you're still taking more right of way with the bypass. So it's not a net benefit to the Stoney community, you're just splitting the traffic.
Brian, you gave a somewhat sanitized description of impacts. I would like you to be a little bit more expressive in what this would actually entail in terms of construction, trees, elevations.
Quality of life.
So, please.
Yeah, what I mentioned is constructability of a roadway system. I think the quality of life that is left, even if you do get the permitting, even if you do absorb that increased construction period. We've got elevated highway. We've got a transportation system that looks a lot like the interchange going into the Cross Island. I don't think that's commensurate from an urban planning standpoint. I don't think that's commensurate with a livable neighborhood.
We talk constantly about the Hilton Head look. We talk about the aesthetics of what we're anticipating with this bridge. I cannot imagine a viaduct, elevated expressway going in front of my house, and this is bisecting one section of Stoney that is at the moment intact. So I really encourage us to think through what a three-dimensional structure going through Stoney looks like. Concrete, 14 to 20 feet high, trees coming down, shadows underneath, dirt. You just can't anticipate what it's going to look like. And then the worst part of it is, I see these Save Stoney signs. This is bisecting a segment of the community that we're trying to protect, preserve, and enhance over time.
Or Jared, there's been conversation over the past about it being a toll road. And if you could express or speak to the fact of how the state feels about toll roads, I think that would be helpful.
Yes, sir. Toll roads are they're limited to only new road segments. The experience the state has had with toll roads, maybe not Hilton Head, but other toll roads located without the state did not result in favorable results, and so they're not in favor of additional toll roads. And again, for a toll road, for that short of a segment, the amount of benefit that you would gain through that short segment at the detriment of the Stoney community, I would certainly not want to pay $1 to save maybe a few seconds to go from basically the Squire Pope intersection to the Cross Island. But yeah, new toll roads are only limited to new roads, and they're not currently looked on favorably by South Carolina Department of Transportation.
Thank you.
Can we move forward, Nate, so at the request of the advisory committee, we were asked to submit the alternatives that Lockmuir had presented during the committee meeting.
Sorry, can I interrupt you a moment? Are we finished with Lockmuir making their report?
Because we've done the initial alternatives, I want to provide the feedback that we received from SCDOT on the alternatives that Lockmuir presented.
Yeah, I have several questions about them and the scope of services, so I want to make sure when I need to do that.
Okay.
So then can I understand that Lockmuir will, after you finish your presentation, Sean, that Lockmuir will come back and continue their report?
Yeah, they will look at the evaluation of alternative one with design modifications, including the downstream impacts and travel time improvements based on the alternative one. So what I started to mention was at the request of the advisory committee, we were asked to take the alternatives presented by Lockmuir as well as the express bypass and get feedback from SCDOT. And so we submitted that. We submitted it jointly with the county to SCDOT, and they provided a response back. The letter is listed here. It was addressed back to both Jared and myself with the responses. I know it's hard to see here, but they objectively evaluated all of the alternatives, 2, 3, 4, and the express bypass 3A. They did not accept nor reject any one of the alternatives. They provided input that would need to be considered if any of those were to advance. They did point out that the corresponding agencies, Federal Highway Administration and the State Historical Preservation Office would not support additional impact within the TCP. And so alternatives 2 and 3 had additional impacts. The elevated bypass as presented by Lockmuir, the assessment by SCDOT was that Lockmuir had underestimated the impact based on tie-ins and bridge structure that would likely shift additional right-of-way outside of the existing within the TCP. And then the express bypass comments were, again, that it would significantly increase impacts within the TCP and right-of-way requirements would eliminate that alternative. There are some other points there, but they're all really related to TCP impact, increased cost, impact to community. They also mentioned the flyover height needed to tie back in at each end would likely need to be 20 to 24 feet in height to account for the depth of the structure. So we got the feedback and we presented that back to the committee and we provided that information respectively both to Beaufort County and town councils. So with that, I asked Lockmuir to evaluate alternative 1 with some preferred design changes. When the town and the county met SCDOT in Columbia, there were 3 provisions, design provisions that were asked for SCDOT to respond to. So can you go to the next slide for me? Those 3 design provisions were as follows. Reduction of 2 left turn lanes from Windmill Parkway onto Squire Pope Road to 1 left turn lane to reduce right-of-way impact, property impact. Reduce 2 right turn lanes from Squire Pope Road onto westbound Windmill Parkway, again, to reduce overall right-of-way need and property impact. And then the third was consideration to relocate the left-hand westbound turn movement at the Crazy Crab further westward. And the idea for these was to reduce the right-of-way profile cross-section within the area of Stoney and reduce property impacts. We received a response back from Secretary Justin Powell, Secretary of Transportation Justin Powell, that acknowledged that these design modifications would have some impact on performance, but that they would support these design modifications if submitted by the county as part of the overall project. The advantages when we look at property impacts and impacts to the total or traditional cultural property, reduce that 3.4 acres of total impact down to 2.78 and the 1.21 acres of private property impact down to 0.89. So eliminated over 2 acres of total impact from the original, and about 6/10 of an acre of private property. I've included the copy of the letter that was part of that.
Before you leave that,
Sean has a new letter, we've not seen that letter. You've only distributed the letter of 1 second. You haven't distributed the letter, the response you got to your request for changes. We've not seen that letter on the 16th.
We have communicated the changes were supported by SCDOT, and town council is aware of that letter.
You said you told us you submitted changes, but you haven't told us the response you got to your submission. This has never been published.
I understand, John.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're incorrectly representing it, but we've
So this workshop is to share this information, so everyone has it available.
But to the point that's being made, it's a document that should have been presented, I believe, if I'm not speaking out of turn, to the committee for its viewing and consideration, not presented after the committee has, well, I think it's debatable, but finished their work.
my follow-up question is, with regard to the first two bullets, about the reduction of the left-hand turn and right-hand turns on and off of Squire Pope. I just want to make sure that the businesses and residential communities all along Squire Pope know about that. And I want to know if we received, if anyone's provided any input on that proposal. While I appreciate the reduction in the impact of the right-of-way in the Stoney area, I just want to make sure that we have made it clear that this is in this proposal, and to see if there's any comments from any residential or businesses, residential communities or businesses along Squire Pope.
I'll jump in and answer that. Thomas Boxley, Executive Director of Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corporation. And the answer is yes, we have had ongoing discussions with business owners and private property owners, some of who are present tonight, to inform them of the outcomes and what the conversation has been. And while during those conversations, they have expressed some thanks and gratitude to the fact that reducing the impact, working to continue to reduce that impact as well.
And that's response from those in the Stoney community,
Correct.
but not beyond that.
And
Not beyond that.
And if this is just a proposal, if this moves forward as the modified preferred alternative, then there would be an update. DOT has a website where they host all their project materials. They would update that accordingly, and then there would be a comment period available.
And that timing would occur after our proposed action on June 20th on municipal consent.
That's
Okay, thank you.
And
Just to be specific, because it's my understanding from a meeting just last week that Parker's, for instance, the curb cut there is taken away on 278. And
I'm sorry,
so
where?
there would no longer be an entrance exit from that business onto 278. Instead, you'd have to go down the side road. Have they been notified?
I'm not familiar, but we can.
how do they maintain it? Yeah, I've gone back and reviewed it, and I have a couple more slides here. Memory Matters, curb cut, that location along William Hilton Parkway goes away. Parker's curb cut along William Hilton Parkway remains, as does the secondary access off Wild Horse Road.
Wait a minute, it remains?
It remains, yes.
When did that change? Because
It is
when
part
did
of
we
the-
meet on Thursday? When did we meet? Thursday, Tuesday, last week? And when the video, are we going to get an opportunity to see
Yeah,
that
the
video?
video's coming up here shortly.
That was a specific question that I talked
The curb cut
to those in that meeting about, the fact that in that video, it shows that that curb cut is closed. We talked about it. but now it's different. It's changed again.
On the video, the curb cut remains at Parker's along Windmill Parkway. I'm confirming that.
Okay, we talked about it, and it didn't. It's just that simple.
Lastly, we mailed out about approximately 140 direct mailings to notify property owners and business owners in the Stoney community regarding this workshop. I also convened a meeting with the general managers from the PUDs to share information related to the project, and as well as to notify them of this meeting as well. So, moving forward, I advised Lockmuir to move forward with alternative one, and to include that in assessment, to include it into the VISTIM model, which has higher confidence and predictability, and I'm gonna let them run through their assessment of alternative one.
As Sean mentioned, we completed this analysis using VISTIM modeling software. So the previous travel timetable that was shown as part of this presentation was using Synchro software. The same traffic volumes were used in both software systems, but VISTIM is a microsimulation tool based on a real-time simulation of an entire hour, whereas I said before, Synchro is based on theoretical equations that are supported by the Highway Capacity Manual. So the results of this alternative one do include the proposed changes that we just spoke of, with the reduction of the eastbound left turn lane at Squire Pope from 2 lanes to 1, as well as a reduction in the southbound right turn lane at the same location from 2 lanes to 1 lane. So a little bit of review under the 2045 no build scenario, which would be assuming no changes are made to the corridor, but the projected traffic growth still comes. It's expected that it would take approximately 26.3 minutes to travel eastbound along Hilton Parkway between Moss Creek and Indigo Run during the AM peak hour. As is shown in the table, we would expect that with the implementation of the 2045 modified alternative 1, that would be reduced by approximately 60% in the morning, which equates to the travel time would be reduced to approximately 10.5 minutes under modified alternative 1. Similarly, in the PM peak hour, if nothing is done to the corridor in the 2045 no build scenario, it's expected that it would take approximately 25.7 minutes to travel westbound along Hilton Parkway between Moss Creek and Indigo Run during the PN peak hour. And with the implementation of this modified alternative 1, it's expected that travel time will be reduced to approximately 10.3 minutes under the modified alternative.
I'm sorry, can you back up to that previous slide? So I keep cutting off on me, pardon me. So when you made stop, go. Okay, go. Lockmuir presented to the advisory committee on May 8th using Synchro. The AM peak, the difference in travel time is 109 seconds, which translates into 1.82 minutes. And in this one, in the AM under VISM, the difference in travel time, subtracting those two numbers you just read out, is 15.8 minutes. So that's a large change. That's 870% change. I got to scratch my head. I don't understand those two simulation systems. I'll be the first to admit that. And I'm certainly not a traffic engineer, although the Hilton Head Sun reported at one time I was. I know a lot of people try to be traffic engineers, but I am certainly not, never have tried to be a traffic engineer. So, and then when I look at the PM peak time on the May 8 presentation to the advisory committee using Synchro, that difference in time is 276 seconds, which divides by 60 is 4.6 minutes. But on this chart, the difference in time equates in PM peak using VISM to 15.4 minutes. That's a difference of 335%. So my question is Synchro that bad or is VISM that good? And why is there such a large difference in reporting about the change in travel time?
It's very common for us to use both software systems in corridor studies like this because they're both good at different things. Synchro is really good at looking at intersections singularly, very good at signal timing assessments, but it falls short analyzing a corridor system from end to end with respect to reporting accurate travel times. It's very good at reporting intersection level of service, approach level of service, movement level of service, but when we measure end-to-end corridor time, such as travel time, it falls short a little bit, and we have less confidence in those results, which is why we felt it was very important to also do a VISM model of each of these alternatives. We did both Synchro and VISM of existing. We did both Synchro and VISM of no build, and now we've completed both Synchro and VISM of this modified alternative 1.
So bottom line, in language I can understand, and the community can understand, why is there a difference of 870% in the AM peak between Synchro and VISM? Is Synchro that bad?
Synchro struggles to accurately capture travel time on a large corridor over a great distance, which is why we put it into VISM.
So which number am I to believe? Is it going to save me in AM peak 1.82 minutes, or is it going to save me 15.8 minutes for $488 million?
VISM had... There's a robust amount of data, including field observations, that is input into VISM. Synchro does not allow for the same level of depth in calibration. My professional opinion is that the more data that we have to inform an analysis, the more reliable that result will be.
Well, not being a traffic engineer, I agree with more data is helpful, but as a policymaker, I'm trying to decide what to believe. So.
But I would like to highlight the point being made. At best case scenario, regardless if you're using VISM or Synchro, best case scenario, your total savings would be maybe 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Important to hear that. I hope our council members are listening to that. Maximum savings is 15 minutes approximately, at the cost of somewhere around $500 million, and then calculate in the impact to Stoney and the impact to each and every one of us as this creates more issues for us to deal with in the future down into the island. You did the math.
I'll continue with our analysis of the downstream impacts to some of the other intersections with the implementation of Alternative 1. This slide is a little bit of a review. We spoke a little bit about, how we analyze a corridor, what measures do we look at, how do we deem it acceptable or not. We look at a number of things, level of service, which is tied to delay. Those delay values are shown in the table on the slide. We also look at queue length, notably the 95th percentile queue length or maximum queue. That value is the approximate length that is typically exceeded only once or twice during the day. So it's a conservative estimate. If you can handle the maximum queue lengths, the 95th percentile queue lengths, it's very unlikely that the queues during the rest of the day are going to spill past the provisions of that length. And we also look at lane capacity, which is the volume to capacity ratio I spoke of earlier, which is a a number either less than or greater than 1. If the volume to capacity ratio is 1, it means that theoretically the lane configuration provided is at capacity. It cannot process any more cars. If the number is a decimal less than 1, theoretically that lane configuration has a surplus of capacity, or the volume, the demand does not exceed the capacity that's provided. So these metrics, these measures of effectiveness, are going to be reported in the following tables as we discuss the impacts to downstream intersections. But before we get to those tables, we have some videos from the VISM simulation software that will highlight some of the expected impacts along the corridor.
Before you start the video, while you're looking for it, I'm going to jump in with this. With this from page 4 of your report. And that's why I asked, what are we currently operating under? Intersection performance or traffic operations are quantified by 6 levels of service, LOS, which range from A, a free flow, to LOS of F, fully saturated. LOS D is considered acceptable or for peak period conditions in urban and suburban areas. However, at side street controlled intersections, a level of E and level of F is a common occurrence for peak period conditions in urban and suburban areas, as it is typical for delays to be longer on those side streets. So what I'm gathering, and correct me if I've misinterpreted, is that those lower levels, D and F, are acceptable levels of service in urban and suburban areas. And we unfortunately now are considered an urban area. And so if we were to look at where we are today, as I recall, we're in that same range, which is acceptable levels of service. So what is the improvement given the time, if you were looking at time, maximum time savings up to 15 minutes, and level of service, if you were looking at it from that perspective, no better than where we are today, which is an acceptable level of service, according to your report. So what is it again, Council, that we're doing here? What are we doing? We've identified a problem, maybe? And our solution doesn't seem to be acceptable. You do the analysis of the cost versus those savings and the impact, and I don't know where you come out voting yes on this.
I will clarify that typically for us to consider something acceptable with a level of service E or F, that would be a side street movement. So we would not prefer to see that on mainline movements when we do analysis.
But that's, it says quantified levels of service is considered acceptable, the F and the D. You don't talk about side streets and levels of service of E and F until the second line of that paragraph. So I'm going to stand by my statement.
Okay.
And I'd like to just make another point of clarification. The town's adopted level of service standard for intersections is level of service D. That's a decision that's been made in order to improve level of service to level of service greater than D, C, or B. The amount of infrastructure that would be needed to provide that flow would not be acceptable. So level of service D is the adopted standard by the town.
Thank you for that clarification. It certainly helps my argument.
So as you watch this video, this is of the AM peak hour in the eastbound direction on Hilton Parkway. As you can see, the traffic is free-flowing for eastbound, and the merge onto the bridges from Bluffton Parkway doesn't experience any congestion. And as we continue across the bridge, you can see some platoons of cars beginning to form and beginning to collect together around the Windmill Harbor area, but still, we're still free flowing at this point. As we progress further to the east, you can see that the number of vehicles on the parkway continues to increase as we head further onto the island. And again, you can see that we have some vehicles that are stopped at the Spanish Wells intersection, and once we pass the Spanish Wells intersection, this is where the proposed improvements for the modified alternative 1, there are no further improvements past Spanish Wells. So as you can see, queuing past Gumtree at
That's wrong right there, because over 56% of traffic goes onto the cross-town pathway. That simulation is showing less than 50%. You go back. Look at the data.
this is as Sean alluded to earlier with pictures, this is a snapshot in time from during the peak hour of our model.
Let's let her finish. Let's let her finish, please. Let's let her finish, please.
When? 3.5 hours? When are we going to have a chance to speak?
It will come around after the presentation is complete.
You know when that is?
Okay, continue.
Okay, thank you. This is a new video. Okay. No, it's okay. So this video is, again, of the AM peak hour and intends to show the southbound movements on the Cross Island Parkway. And as you can see, there are a number of cars flowing along, particularly at the top end of the screen. And as we continue down the parkway and get closer to the Scene Pine Circle area, you'll start to see some significant southbound queuing along Palmetto Bay due to the roundabout at Sea Pine Circle. And this queuing impacts other intersections upstream, such as the Target intersection. But we believe that once improvements are identified to the roundabout, that we can expect that the queuing will be mitigated and those side street delays will be resolved. So we have two more videos, again, similar corridor flyover, but this time for the PM peak hour. This video is in the opposite direction, so it's westbound. As you can see, the queues appeared near Pembroke and Wilbourn, but then will dissipate past Gumtree once the video gets there.
I'm sorry, I don't recognize rush hour here. I'm sorry.
And as we progress past Gumtree, you can see that we're catching up to another platoon of vehicles in the simulation as they progress through Spanish Wells and Wild Horse. You can see that it continues on through Old Wild Horse Road and Squire Pope. As you can see, as you could see, the eastbound or the southbound right turn queue at Squire Pope was backed up a little bit, again showing the impacts of reducing that lane from providing 2 lanes to 1 lane.
Then Nate, we can stop it there.
We wasted a lot of money and time on that meeting right now.
If we could, and let's not do the next 2 videos showing the PM peak. Lockmuller was asked to assess downstream impacts. Consultants were asked to model and provide findings on downstream impacts intersections. They've done that. They have the results here in the presentation. Nate and Kate, if you could just highlight the couple of intersections where there are some level of services that are lower that might have an approach that's less than deep.
Yes, certainly. The tables that you'll see on these slides show the overall intersection level of service and then each approach level of service and queue. However, we've also highlighted individual movement levels of service or operating conditions on the graphic that we feel are notable. In particular, the eastbound left turn would be expected to operate with level of service F during the AM peak hour at Squire Pope, but again, that's due to the reduction in the number of left turn lanes provided from 2 to 1. Similarly, the southbound right turn lane would be expected to have queues of over 500 feet during the PM peak hour. We have left turn movements that will be operating with level of service F at a number of other intersections, including Spanish Wells and Gumtree Road. This portion of the corridor we have included in this analysis without any proposed modifications. That is a next step in our process to see which improvements could potentially be made to mitigate these impacts, if any pop up. But this effort, as Sean noted, was the purpose was to see if there are any negative impacts associated with implementing the modified alternative 1 to these downstream intersections. The queues that are highlighted in yellow are a bit long. As you can see, they're also associated with levels of service B and C, which highlights my point earlier that we have to look at the entire picture and not just one measure of effectiveness when deeming something an acceptable condition. Further down the Cross Island Parkway at the Sea Pine Circle, Dunnigan's Alley and Target Road, there are a number of side street approaches that have much very degraded levels of service, very poor operating conditions. But again, as was noted in the video, we believe that a lot of these are secondary symptoms to the real problem, which is a undercapacity at Sea Pine Circle. So as we step into the next part of our analysis and analyze potential improvements we could make to these parts of the corridors, if Sea Pine Circle capacity is addressed at that location, we believe that the rest of the negative impacts to some of the side streets in the vicinity would be mitigated.
And then, Kate, I think you've covered the next few slides. I think we can move forward.
All right. These seem to be a repeat.
So based on the the design modifications that were submitted to SCDOT, the evaluation of Lockmuir of the alternative. What we've got, the next section to go through here is proposed project defined. And I've got a video that shows, based on the current geometry of the roadway and the design modifications we recommended, what it could look like based on that. And so,
Sorry, is this a time we can ask questions of Lockmuir about their report before we see this video? Because I was asking about that time earlier. I just want to make sure it's the right time.
can we go through the video first?
Was this video created by Lockmuir?
It was created by modelers through MKSK.
Okay, but
Based
not,
on the project design.
but it wasn't created by Lockmuir. Is there going to be another report by Lockmuir after this?
Another.
I'm just
sorry,
trying to
Lockmuir?
find out
No.
when's the right time to ask Lockmuir questions.
I understand. No, and I'm waiting for your response. Is there additional reports from Lockmuir?
No.
Okay, then I would say now's a good time to ask those questions.
Thanks, I'll try to be brief as I can. Thank you for the work that you've done. I've been at most of the committee meetings. I think there was one where I was able to watch a video, or at least look at the minutes. But I want to ask you about some of your tasks. I know at the last committee meeting, I believe you reported that you're about 75% finished with the scope of work, and there were some that are 50. Yeah, I think there was one task that was 50% completed, some of which has to do with coming here tonight. So I appreciate you're not complete because this is part of that task. But I want to ask you about a couple of the tasks in the scope of work. And the first one I'm going to ask about is 3.7 in your scope of services, which says participate in one design charrette / public open house meeting, for instance, if required, with Stoney community residents. And then it goes on to describe the meeting would be organized by town staff and has some subsections. So my question is, was there ever a design charrette public open house meeting with Stoney community residents and Lockmuir?
In coordination with Sean, we viewed this as the opportunity to allow everybody from the community to come out and ask the questions and serve as the same purpose.
Okay. All right. Did you present that option to the advisory committee for them to make the determination? Whether or not it was required and how it should be done?
You haven't had any chance to ask questions.
So the answer is, this is a design charrette?
In coordination with Sean, that's what we were.
This
moved
is
to
a
move forward.
design charrette. Okay, it's an unusual design charrette. Okay, public open house meeting. So this is a public open house meeting. I thought it was classified as a town council workshop, which is different. Okay, so the committee was never asked about that? No. Okay. And then let me ask about subsection 3.4.4, prepare environmental inventory registry for 3 TCP intersections, and that's the traditional cultural property intersections that you've identified previously as Squire Pope, Old Wild Horse, and Spanish Well / Wild Horse. Where is that in the report that we received?
As a part of the task 3 deliverable, there was an attachment with Chad's detailed environmental analysis. And Chad, I'll let you weigh in, that was included as a part of your.
Yeah, I don't know what the attachment number is, but there is a detailed attachment of our high-level review, our cursory review, again, providing input on the resources that were identified within those 3 TCP intersections and general quantity impacts, and then also the risk associated with them.
Okay, is that where you look at the environmental justice analysis?
I believe it is covered in there, yeah.
Okay.
Again, everything, when you're talking about environmental justice analysis, it's again, very cursory, high level.
Right. In order to do that, did you look at the environmental assessment, particularly Appendix D, entitled Environmental Justice Analysis?
Yes.
Okay. And here's one of my favorite parts of it. In section 5.0, it says the Stoney community on Hilton Head Island is the only EJ population, EJ standing for environmental justice, within the study area. To minimize impacts through the Stoney community, the recommended preferred alternative 4A follows the existing US 278 corridor. Do you agree that that minimizes impacts through the Stoney community?
Compared to what?
Well, I don't know, it's in the
Compared-
environmental assessment, I didn't write it.
I didn't write it either.
Okay, all right. Well, let me ask you another question from it. In section 5.4 of the same document, community cohesion, it states, the recommended preferred alternative 4A would not disrupt community cohesion, causing isolation or altering or hindering access to community services and facilities. Additionally, another one of my favorite parts, the project would ultimately improve community cohesion through the US 278 corridor by providing a multi-use path, landscaping, improved signage, as well as improving access to commercial, residential, and recreational properties. The project will include the construction of an open-air pavilion on town-owned property in the Stoney community to highlight the history of the Stoney community and other Gullah neighborhoods on Hilton Head Island. Do you agree with section 5.4 that the SCDOT recommended preferred alternative 4A would not disrupt community cohesion, and in fact, would improve it? Do you agree with that?
I don't think it's a fair question to ask of me when I wasn't part of those coordination efforts and that.
Okay.
I can say it's based on other projects I've been part of in other parts of the state. There is usually in-depth coordination with affected communities and discussion about mitigation solutions based on what SCDOT and their consultant provided in the draft EA. I believe that aligns with what I've put into practice in other areas of the country.
Okay. Then with regard to section, subsection 3.4.5 of the scope of services entitled Identify Mitigation Considerations, where does that appear in the report?
We talk about mitigation strategies and I don't remember what date it was, what committee meeting.
Is it in your report?
There is a section about mitigation strategies, yes. Let's see. Yeah, there is a. Let's see, there's risk. Yeah, so in section 5, table 10, we talk about mitigation strategies. A lot of it aligns with what SCDOT proposed, expanded a little bit on some options, yes.
So you're talking about what SCDOT proposed, and that is the pavilion, some signs,
No,
and
we
the
weren't talking-
online narrative?
We weren't talking about pavilion, we're talking about possible incorporation of Gullah Geechee art into the project footprint, opportunities to reconnect the north side of 278 with the south side of 278, whether that's with multi-use paths or whatever. Trying to establish that reconnection and that community cohesion that way. Interpretive signing, we also had recommended that there could be an opportunity to really tell the oral history of the Gullah Geechee community and document that and have that at a facility in the
Okay,
area.
and to help me find this, I'm looking at your June 10 report. And I'm looking at the table of contents. The executive summary is very brief. The next section is four-lane viability memorandum. I'm guessing it's not in that. I don't think it's in the seismic study, which is the next in the table of contents. I don't think it's in the traffic forecasting memorandum. Is it in corridor alternatives analysis memorandum? Or I don't think it's in downstream impacts because that's away from Stoney. And it's not the southern bypass, so where is it in this report?
His attachment is a part of the corridor analysis. It's part of task 3.6.
Okay. I'll look for it later. I surely didn't find it. Okay. You have an environmental review technical memo, Appendix H. And there's a risk assessment about additional time and money to add right-of-way. And so your recommendation, I think you call it alternative one of the four alternatives that you looked at, plus the bypass. We're told that the environmental assessment runs by the end of this month. So would the addition of that right-of-way along Gumtree mean that there has to be a new assessment, and would it cost more money and time to do that?
Yes, there would need to be time to incorporate, time by SCDOT and their consultant to incorporate. the
Yeah, Chad, let us jump in, because it's outside of the current project areas defined by SCDOT. It's not part of the TCP. It's a element that would need to be pursued outside of the project.
So there seems to be a difference of opinion here. You said yes and you said no?
No, the,
If it was part of the project, then it would be yes, but it's not, if that improvement is done, it would be done by the city, it would be part of the project.
I just wanted to make sure, because there's a lot of pressure on us to make a decision by the end of June because of the expiration of the environmental assessment. And if we are to adopt that recommendation, then my bottom line question is, does that mean it extends the time?
no, any project that's beyond the project term as defined in the environmental assessment would be separate and above and beyond this project. So if there's improvements at Gumtree, that would not be incorporated in the corridor project as defined, as we're talking about tonight.
Okay, so it's not in the project, but we're recommending that it be included in the project. I'm
Those are
confused.
recommendations in addition to what's defined as the project today. Downstream from the VISM model, downstream improvements beyond the corridor project as it is. So,
Okay, and so excluded from the cost now estimated to be $488 million.
yes, that would be a separate cost in a separate project.
Okay, thank you.
But a real-time consequence of what this project will mean. And so therefore, if there was municipal consent given, what we're actually laying down for the town and for the residents is a next project to solve the problems that this project will create at the town's own expense. Again, I hate to be redundant, how does any of this make sense to anyone sitting on this council?
So I'm sorry, I do have one more question for Lockmuir. I really appreciate that you're independent from the SCDOT project, I really do. That was one of our goals, and I appreciate that very much. And I apologize if I had to ask you a few questions about the environmental assessment, because I figured you at least had to read that. But did you have an opportunity to look at the traffic analysis that's on the SCDOT website for this project? Did you look at that traffic impact analysis?
As a part of our review at the outset of the project. However, when we began our independent study, we developed our own traffic volumes, we came up with our own growth rate, and we moved forward from there with.
Sure, yeah, and I appreciate that. So in the in 10.0 of that traffic analysis by SCDOT, they use a larger growth model. I think it's 1.19% per year. And their number comes out with, for average annual daily traffic count, they forecast by 2045, that would be 78,500 average daily vehicles. Are you familiar with that number?
Having read it, yes.
Okay, all right. And are you familiar with, in that summary and conclusion, it states, in their reasonable alternatives 1 through 4, retain the Squire Pope Road and Spanish Well Road signalized intersections, but recommended additional lanes. Despite more lanes at these intersections, the analysis indicates PM peak hour level of service E conditions in 2045. It goes on to say, again, given the uncertainties associated with long-term traffic projections, the anticipated level of service E conditions are acceptable. Do you believe that level of service E is acceptable in 2045 after spending $488 million on this project?
Can you clarify if that's for an intersection as a whole or if it's for a side street movement? Side street approach?
It's talk, I just read it to you verbatim. That's all I can do. Would level E be acceptable through this corridor in 2045 after spending that amount of money?
You know, we reviewed that study for fatal flaws, which we did not find. And I think it's important to note that even though we came up with a different growth rate than, as you noted, is used in this SCDOT study, our professional opinion did not arrive at largely different conclusions. So I think, you know, we could talk about using 3 or 4 or 5 different growth rates. We have a high one, we have a low one. Both study conclusions on either end are largely agreeing on the same things. And as far as an independent study goal, to verify work that was done previously by others, to arrive at similar conclusions, you know, certainly is a finding that even with different parameters, like the growth rate, as you noted, that the solutions are similar.
Okay.
If I could just follow up on that, I appreciate the fact that the information that you've brought forward is based on data from your assumptions and your professional opinions. So I'd really like to take Councilwoman Bryson's question and ask it to those of us who will be making the decision. Is it your opinion that that time saving, that level of service which is acceptable, currently the same as it is today, is it, in our opinion, worth close to $500 million? I think I've said this a couple times, and the impacts to the Stoney community and the impacts to the island residents throughout this island. It's our question to answer. And if you do the math and you look at the time savings and you look at the level of service and those other factors of impact, at the cost that's being suggested, likely more, and doesn't include so many things that then will fall onto the town to pay for on y'all, to pay for. Again, I ask you, how does anyone sitting at this table, any council member of town of Hilton Head Island, vote yes? How do you rationalize that? I can't, and I can't imagine how you do. How you look at the people here and those listening and those that will hear from, how that makes sense to you.
To Ms. Becker's point, and also Ms. Bryson as well. Ms. Bryson, you were referencing a previous study completed by another consultant, but what we wanted to do with this slide was just show a comparison of VISIM results for the Stoney area intersections, just to show what the existing conditions are, what it would be if a 2045 no-build situation occurred, and then what the new modified alternative number 1 is. And I think if we were to go through and compare these with some of these critical items, you can see that a lot of the levels of service from an overall intersection standpoint, as well as the approaches, there are significant positive impacts that are being borne by this study that we're bringing forth. I can't speak to those, but quite frankly, that's data that is not current.
I'll also point out that the SCDOT study used Synchro, and we are using VISIM, which, as we've discussed, has more data, more calibration, and we have a higher level of confidence in those results.
Yeah, actually, part of it included VISM calculations, but anyhow. Thanks for doing that. I wish I'd had that. It would save me about an hour and a half of looking through all that comparative data over the weekend. I wish I would have had that then. But I am looking, and I can't begin to read those right now, but I'm looking at the intersection of Gumtree, the overall intersection performance, 2045, after your recommended alternative 1 is included and the project is done, and that overall intersection is still at a D level, both AM and PM. So while there's some improvements, certainly not in every case. But I have 2 more technical questions if you know the answers to these. Do you know the width of a typical temporary construction easement for SCDOT projects like this?
No, I do not.
Okay. And do you know, you looked at some cost estimates for this, for your report. And do you know what the difference in cost would be if you remove one travel lane in either direction on the bridge, or one travel lane in either direction through Stoney? You know, have an idea about what the cost would be?
You mean as far as adding one travel lane?
No, removing, sorry if I said that.
Removing.
Yeah, removing. So if you remove one travel lane through Stoney, how much would that reduce the project cost?
We didn't do an analysis of reducing the state alternative. That wasn't part of our scope to do that. So I really, I don't have a number to give you at this point.
Yeah, do you have any idea about the cost per linear foot of removing one travel lane?
Well, in their overall cost takes a lot of other things into account. So if they're not adding lanes to the existing, it's going to change what they're doing to the whole corridor. So it's not just a matter of you take a third of this out. It changes the whole thing, because when they add their lanes, change the median width, they're redoing a lot of other things. So it's not as simple as just saying, take a third of this out.
Okay, thanks. I had no idea whether you knew it, but I knew you looked at some costs, so I had to ask. Thank you.
Our costs we looked at were for our alternatives
Right.
in comparison to what the state alternative is.
But when you looked at your alternatives, did you do a cost per linear foot of any lanes?
Well, we didn't have up-to-date current data. We were going off of what the state's costs were and projecting from that based on, okay, they were doing this much, this is their cost. So we're taking a percentage of that for what our increases were.
And do you know what the state's estimated costs were per, I don't know, I'm just guessing per linear foot?
It was more high level. It wasn't individual items. It was more of a high level cost estimate.
We were provided with a number of $425 million. That was going to be the baseline for SCDOT's alternative number 1 at the time when we were preparing our alternatives. And then we took that number and created, based on Lauren's knowledge and expertise, a percent differential of what it would be. And then we put that to a dollar amount and use that for estimated number.
but would there be some savings in the cost of the project if you removed one lane in each direction through Stoney?
Definitely it would be a savings. You're building less roadway.
Okay, and would there be a reduction in cost for the project if you removed one travel lane in each direction on the bridges?
Since you're reducing the size of the bridge, yes, there would be a reduction.
Okay, thank you.
So Sean, Jared, Nate, I'm not certain who would need to answer this question. We are talking more about than just travel time, because we have bridge spans that have been identified by the engineers as being deficient. What does that mean for these bridges? Does it, how, if municipal consent is not granted, what does it do? What does that look like? I think that's a topic that needs to be discussed real quick so that people can hear that.
In coordinating with SCDOT, again, these are all SCDOT highways, so they're the owner and responsible party for this roadway. So again, back to Mackey Creek Bridge, that single span of the 4 spans that we have existing is the one that is deemed deficient. So as this project moves forward, if it's rolled into a future project, then it is compensated in that way. If not, they will be forced to reevaluate and move this project, move that one single span into a rehabilitation project alone. If this is not, if municipal consent is not granted, then this project basically dies, and they will contemplate what that project looks like outset from the county and the town.
Okay.
And Mayor, I'd like to make one point, because we've talked about project costs and ways to save costs in the project, but also we've talked about making sure that we have high levels of service in the roadway. And there's a balance between those. As level of service improves, as you go from D to C to B, the amount of capacity in the roadway or in the system increases, and therefore impacts property, increases cost. And so if we're going the other direction to say shrink the amount of capacity in the roadway, go from 3 lanes to 2 lanes, then that level of service is impacted the other way, right? Level of service then goes down. So.
I'll also add that there are some other, community costs that are very hard to calculate, such as emissions, and the more congestion that you have on a roadway, the more idling cars are doing, that has a negative impact on emissions and environmental health. Similarly, generally, the more congestion you have, the higher crash rate you have on certain roadways, and there are, national values assigned to fatalities or incapacitating injuries, non-incapacitating injuries, and property damage only values that would also be a consideration.
But if the focus of this project has been to, as the community's been told over and over again, to assist with businesses and employees getting on to the island, because that's been pulling at the heartstrings, right? That's the narrative that's been given. We have to have more access. Then it doesn't sound like we've succeeded in that. And so those heartstrings, we all have to accept the fact, are not going to be satisfied with a $500 million project and 100 and whatever it is, 30 feet, 121 feet of concrete. So no matter which problem is presented to us, this solution does not satisfy.
So I'd like, at this point, I'd like to go ahead and show the video. I'll stop and provide some explanation along the way. Kim, can you go ahead and click on? So this is the first set of bridges over the Mackey Creek that you come to. You can see here, this is the proposed new bridge with the design modifications that we had talked about. It includes the 12-foot multi-purpose pathway. It includes the 10-foot shoulder along the exterior, 3 12-foot travel lanes, the 6-foot interior shoulder, and then the same treatment on the other side. And then, yeah, we'll get to this in a second, but the bump out over Mackey Creek, and there's another one over Skull Creek to provide that pedestrian refuge and overlook. The current bridges, where the causeway section of bridges is currently 100 feet in width. And as I mentioned, this section is 107 feet plus additional 14 feet for the bike and ped facility. You can see this is the overlook that was recommended for incorporation in the project. This is the Pinckney Island National Wildlife Refuge property on the left. You have the boat launch and the embarkation right now the county's using for Defusky, the current bridge alignment to the north. And then this is the proposed bridge alignment, meeting fish. Yes, sir.
Can you go back? I want to have you point out where the old bridge, the 1957 bridge was. Just go back a couple of feet. Okay, no, sorry. Okay, see the slice in the trees?
Right here.
Right, that's where the old bridge was. I just wanted to point that out.
And you can see it here. That's where the old bridge alignment was. This is a new bridge with proposed alignment on Pinckney Island. You can see there's no longer at grade intersection, no left turns that exist today. All movements, both on the north and south side of Pinckney Island, are accommodated through this road that runs underneath the bridge. The pier and ramp here remain on the south side, while the boat ramp and boat launch moves to the north side, separating those two. This is not located. This would be located in the area where the existing bridge exists today.
Sean, can you tell us the surrounding area, the greenery, the landscaping, all of that? We know that this is only 30% conceptual, right? So this isn't exactly what we're talking about. But how about all those additives that make it look so lovely?
Yeah, now this is a rendering. This is a representation of the project based on the alignment and design elements. There are a lot of the vegetation currently exists. There are some other vegetation that have been added in.
And are those costs incorporated into the overall cost? Will that landscape package look like what it is that we need to make sure that our island entrance represents our values of protecting trees and environmental sensitivity, et cetera? You know the story. Is that all?
I think
those costs all built in, Jared?
There's definitely costs built in for landscaping, but that will be refined. And so right now, again, we're at conceptual level. So if we have a value plugged in for the cost estimate, but it goes above and beyond that plugged in value, that would have to be considered further.
Considered further, picked up by whom?
That would be a shared cost between the county and the town. So that cost is not a cost that would be reimbursed or compensated by SCDOT or the civil.
So a cost to the county and the town, which translates into taxpayer dollars.
Potentially, yes. So if it would be local funded, anything above and beyond what's planned for.
So just know when you look at this, this isn't part of the full package. The full package requires more.
You can see the new bridge alignment is basically in the alignment where the old swing bridge roadway system was. The pier spacing on the new bridge is significantly wider than the current piers for the existing bridge. There will be protections to those piers, bumpers underneath. This was also coordinated with the U.S. Coast Guard on spacing and navigability through this section. This section of bridge currently is about approximately 80 feet, and pointing out again a comment I made earlier that the overall bridge width, including the multi-use pathway, is approximately 121 feet. So 41 feet additional, but 14 of that is to accommodate the bike and ped path and exterior protection.
And I just want to point out too, again, that as this comes in over where the old bridge was aligned, it comes and it encroaches significantly, in my opinion, on the Mariners Cove development there. And I am concerned about their notice and their ability to have had input into all of this.
So SCDOT has coordinated with Mariners Cove during the alternatives process. There was
I
a couple
understand. I heard that.
alternatives. There was a couple alternatives that did impact a few houses, and those impacts were considered. And the alternative 4A, which was the preferred alternative, and then the modified preferred alternative, does not have right-of-way impacts, or there's no residential impacts with the proposal.
Right, there's just a 6-lane bridge that's coming up near to their residence, and that was 3 years ago. I don't think it's sufficient.
The current right-of-way and the access road to Mariners Cove and to Hog Island that runs on and then runs westward and then underneath the bridge and connects to Blue Heron Point on this side here. This is the existing power line easement. This access road gets relocated from the southern side to the northern side, and the new bridge comes through this alignment.
I'm sorry. You just made it disappear. So that treat area I asked about before is what just disappeared. Okay.
But on the left side of the screen here, so what also the bridges actually extend let me go back. The right side of the screen, the bridges are extended a couple hundred feet further than what they are today. And then the causeway, that would be the access road on the left side of the screen, is actually elevated. So it actually is, the hope and goal is to recapture that wetland area that bisects right now. The road is bisecting the wetland, so it's preventing back and forth from tidal influence.
But nonetheless, we lose that large tree-lined area. Thank you.
That's correct.
And also, I know we talked about this last week in our meeting. The new access road appears to go over Blue Heron.
No, so it's to the
On left,
inside.
the power lines.
Yeah, so it goes right beside the power lines and in between Blue Heron and the power lines, and then again it's elevated versus a causeway.
And as it comes off the screen here, just to the bottom as you go westward, it shifts slightly back toward the existing alignment and the roadway that exists underneath or that currently serves Hog Island in that area.
And so this depiction of it being to the left of the power lines is inaccurate. Is that what you're saying? No, that's accurate?
No, it's on that side of the power line and hugs the power line easement. It is accurate.
And so show me where Blue Heron neighborhood is?
Blue Heron is off the screen to the left.
Okay, still to the left of those power lines, but can you go back so we can see that?
It's not, we don't have it visually represented beyond this scale. This is the Blue Heron, this is Hog Island, Blue Heron Point in this section. You can see the power line easement in this area.
So the access road is further left than the current bridges. Excuse me. And there's space between there that doesn't impact any of those homes. And they're aware that it is coming closer, there's no doubt. I mean, and they're aware that that road is going to come that much closer to their neighborhood.
There's been no changes in the design plan since the preferred alternative public hearing.
That wasn't my
and there's
question.
no
I get that. Are they
no
aware?
residential impacts at Blue Heron or Hog Point with the causeway.
I don't know how you, I don't know what I'm missing, but I know where the power lines are, I know where the current bridge is, and I know where Blue Heron Point is, and I don't know how you are fitting that access road in at an elevated level that much closer into that neighborhood. But it's not a matter of what they were information they were given back in 2021, you know. It's the matter of the information that they get today as this town council decides to consider giving municipal consent. Because whether that's unincorporated Beaufort County or not, our decision impacts them. And so we're responsible for any negative impacts there. And I want to be assured that each and every one of those folks who live in there understand that. I don't think we should.
Understood. The other item I want to point out here is the location of the multi-purpose pathway. You can see on the left side of the corridor, it's located along Jenkins Island, separated from the roadway. It does connect under the bridge to a pathway that connects to Windmill Harbor, and then it does connect into the bridge system that takes you across to the mainland, which connects into the Buckingham Plantation, Bluffton Parkway pathway system. Area, the frontage road on the north side of Jenkins Island provides access to all movements on Jenkins Island, and everything comes to Charlotte Heinrich Circle with connection to Windmill Harbor. So access to the Hilton Head Marina and Hilton Head RV resorts, as well as the Jenkins Island Cemetery, are on the access road as you move east. Intersection. Again, you can see this would be mast arms utilizing the adaptive traffic signal as part of the project, if not before. All access on the north side of Jenkins Island would be through this C. Heinrich Circle area in the frontage road, both eastbound and westbound.
Sean, there's also no pedestrian crossings across the parkway
It's a
there.
great
So
point.
all the trail system connects underneath the bridge, so we don't have people scurrying across the parkway.
And so that was a recommendation that's been incorporated, so all pedestrians, movements are under the bridge, not across Windmill Harbor intersection. See, as you move through Jenkins Island, the existing access at Jenkins Road, there's left in, left out, it's full access here. That roadway is removed. Again, and the new frontage road serves all access here. So this would be completely, this segment would be closed as part of the project. Again, access to Jenkins Island Cemetery off the frontage road, the new frontage road, the bike and ped, away from the main line roadway. And then this is that increase in median width that was part of the council recommendations, previous recommendations to allow for some additional parkway feel and additional landscape medians.
Is that meandering there, is that part of what would not be covered by the, is that one of the costs to have it meander over there that the town would build?
Yeah, that was one of the costs from the 2021 recommendations from the town. I think that one was $1.5 million that we referenced earlier, and that cost has been incorporated into project costs today.
So then if we remove that, we'll save 1.5 million from the project cost.
Yes.
As you move from Jenkins Island over the causeway to Hilton Head Island and the Stoney community, so this represents, again, now there's 3 lanes in each direction. Interior 2 lanes would be 11 feet at this point. Pedestrian pathway along the roadway until it can shift away on Jenkins Island. In the previous design, the access to the Crazy Crab restaurant is in this location. The design modification that was submitted to SCDOT would be for consideration to shift this westbound turn to Crazy Crab to the town-owned property in this location.
Pause it there for a moment. What's the width of that median through that area?
It's approximately 12 feet.
Okay.
And what you see here with a lot of the plantings is a desire to create some consistency along the edges and along the medians to provide continuity through this corridor beyond what is there today. You can see in this diagram, you've got sidewalk on the back of curb, 2 travel lanes. You have a really wide median, 14 feet, 2 additional travel ways, a sidewalk, and then a curb in this section. So you, in essence, you really have 5 lanes as this is served both left and right turns.
Sorry, before you stop that. So it's 5 lanes, but if that were a landscape median to provide pedestrian refuges, You would just have 4 lanes, correct?
Correct, but you would have to accommodate for some turn movements
Right.
within that segment at some point.
Sure.
And therefore have, some ability to accommodate traffic.
But except for limited turn movements, that could be a landscape median and providing pedestrian refuges. Thank you.
That's correct, and we do show landscape median here in a second. I do want to point out that in the project, in the EA, there were 2 relocations that were identified, not residential. There are no displacements in alternative 1, but the potential relocation of the former Island Psychic Building and then the Willie Young's Upholstery. This is in the next segment. There's opportunities potentially to relocate or to consider design improvements to help maintain those structures. So in this, you can see with the shifted turn lane a little westward for the Crazy Crab, and then the reduction of, or the inclusion of only 1 left turn lane on the Squire Pope Road, ability to reduce this overall right-of-way cross-section and property impact, and also to include a landscape.
So, sorry for there. What's the size of the landscape median through that area? And then what is the difference in the landscape median size when you get to the intersection?
Yeah, it's approximately 12 feet in that area. Again, it will vary based on final design. There is the need to provide some width in that median to accommodate the left turn queue and protection, both there, and then westbound to accommodate the left queue protection for turn into the Crazy Crab.
And so when you get to, I'm not talking about the Crazy Crab turn, but I'm talking about the intersection turn. What's the width of any median left there for a pedestrian refuge?
4 feet is what is there.
Okay. I promise to keep both my feet together when I try to cross.
This is the Squire Pope intersection, Squire Pope on the left, Chamberlain Drive on the right. You can see 1 left turn lane onto Squire Pope going eastbound, and then 1 right turn lane coming off Squire Pope Road going westbound. You can see the crosswalks and pathways have been realigned for safer geometry. We've included the Continental piano key striping. And as we mentioned earlier, the adaptive traffic signals have bike and ped detection, and also part of their cycle cues allow for clearance of those movements.
So, sorry, let me move this closer. So a couple questions there. One is, where you have the crosswalk, there is no landscape median, no pedestrian refuge. Is that correct? Crossing 278.
That's right, there isn't now, but that could be extended.
There's a
This
4-foot
is
median. in this.
Concept design, you could extend that down in final design, Sean, to capture some refuge, I would think.
To give you a 4-foot refuge? Okay. I'll go home and measure my bicycle.
This whole graphic is taking conceptual engineering plans and making them look pretty photoreal. So there's, we're not changing the geometry of anything, but there's a whole heck of a lot of further design. There's a few years of further design that needs to be happening. Point well taken. Things like that need to be addressed in final design.
And the expansion of the roadway here takes up all of the existing right-of-way, correct? It expands the paved area within the existing right-of-way, correct?
It increases the right-of-way on the north side. There is still some additional right-of-way along some of the southern side. The project has held that current edge is back of the sidewalk as the edge of the back of curb from the roadway in this project going forward.
But it does add increased paved area within the existing right-of-way, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
then you can see, this is the existing roadway segment in Stoney between Squire Pope Road and Spanish Wells intersection. You can see the number of lanes here. We've got a sidewalk along of the back of the curb of the roadway. You've got 3 travel lanes. You have an approximate 12-foot median. You have 3 travel lanes going westbound as well. So you already have a 6-foot profile here. Again, and then it does increase in areas where there's a turn lane. So you see the turn lane down to Old Wild Horse Road. So in that segment, it's 7 lanes wide. And as you move a little bit further westbound, the turn lane that accommodates Squire Pope Road.
Sorry, can you stop it when you get to Adriana Lane?
The Adriana Lane is here on the bottom side of the screen.
That's what I thought. And so I asked before, but there's no improvements to the turning radius to get on the Adriana Lane as a result of this project, is there?
Yeah, not at this stage, so if that's one of those things that can be further evaluated during the rest of the design process.
I'd suggest we take a look at that. I've suggested we take a look at that notwithstanding this project. It's a very difficult turn, and it looks as though those coming from the east will then have to go down, because now you can make a left turn there, so you'll have to go on down. If I want to go play pickleball, I've got to go down somewhere and turn around and come back.
They'll make a left turn which direction?
Yeah, if I'm coming from, let's say I'm coming from the post office on the north end, I just mailed a letter, and I'm going to go play pickleball. So if I want to make a left turn onto Adriana, I got to go down somewhere and turn around and come back.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's how it is today?
Yeah.
There's no left turn in this section of Stoney?
I'm just concerned about access to our park and our new pickleball courts.
Understood. This is the second business impact. It's part of the alternative one. And I mentioned before, potential relocation of Willie Young Upholstery. So in this area, this would be an opportunity to look at that turning radius for Adriana. Curb cuts here. The town owns this property, and there's 2 businesses located, 2 office businesses here, and then a Curry Printing and Fast Signs. And proposed is to relocate that access off of Wild Horse Road and eliminate the curb cuts, consistent with the council recommendations that were approved. See the curb cut for the Parkers was on the bottom of the screen. That confirms that access is maintained.
Can you stop it there so that we can go back and look, just back up a little bit?
I'll just play it from there. There's the current access that remains.
Okay.
John, if you look at the right-hand edge condition, and then you go to the next the proposal, does it shift to the right or does it shift to the left?
Other than this pathway connection, all the shift of the roadway is to the north, and this turn lane shifts to the east. So other than this pathway, potential pathway connection that's shown here, no impact to that. I do want to point out the design modifications to this intersection. And I want it forward just because there's a little bit better rendering.
Can you pause it? Sorry, pause it there for a moment. So there's adding another turn lane coming off of Spanish Wells. So that crossing right there in the lower left-hand corner is where I will never go across again. It's too dangerous with turning traffic even at a signalized intersection. If you have an all-stop, maybe, then I'm not sure how we're going to have an all-stop and not have people complain about not moving through that. But my point is that when you widen roads, you increase the danger to pedestrians and bicyclists, and that's why I won't cross there anymore.
Let me just walk through the geometry of this signal. At Spanish Wells, as you come on to William Moulton Parkway, whether you're going eastbound or westbound, it's a new configuration. There's a dedicated right turn lane off Spanish Wells that goes eastbound, and it can connect to the Cross Island or to the business route. There is a through lane that you can traverse across William Moulton Parkway onto Wild Horse Road, and then there are 2 left turn lanes that both enter onto westbound William Milton Parkway. And then you can see over here on the Wild Horse Road side, there's 1 left, 1 through, and 1 right turn lane. And then there's the separation between your left turn lane and your through travel lane. And that's to help with the geometry and alignment for the through lanes in this section. Almost done. And then again, off the bottom of the screen is the intersection. As you can see, the project does connect into both the Cross Island and the business route going eastbound, and then the Parkway and the Cross Island connect as you go westbound into that section.
Sean, I have a question about the beautification, landscaping. And I appreciate Senator Tom Davis being here. If you look back to the Cross Island Expressway and the deal that was made with the SCDOT/state, did the town of Hilton Head Island pay for the landscaping in the median and the acoustical wall that goes along?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
So it was an agreement with SCDOT, a special condition that the town of Hilton Head negotiated with the state for that landscaping, which was not intended to be a part of the project, and the acoustical wall, which was very expensive, SCDOT agreed to. Thank you.
Councilman, if I could as well, I'm glad you recognize the landscape, because we've talked about for the last 3 or 4 years of having a Stoney community-specific signature to this thing. This is the entrance into Hilton Head Island, onto Hilton Head Island. It's also commensurate with the entrance into the Stoney neighborhood. They're one and the same as you're going eastbound. You probably saw some public art, some placeholders we have. We've got great opportunities for expressive public art, but this is a streetscape that is unique to Stoney. Having now been through the corridors planning effort that we've all talked about around these tables, we've got a very lush planted center median to discourage people from jaywalking and to get away from the pine straw mulch and having to mow lawn in the middle of a roadway system. So it's curb to curb planting with a line of palms down the center median where we have it. Outboard, we've got larger shade trees and medium-sized shade trees specifically in front of people's homes. So we're not going to create a green wall. We don't want them to feel as if they're caged in, but we do want them to have some visual separation from a roadway. Also to knock down dust, noise, environmental degradation of people driving through here. So the landscape is very intentional. Is it a standard DOT roadway landscape package? No. It is not. And what those costs are, please don't ask me. I have no idea, but this is a one man's opinion, pretty special neighborhood and a pretty special place, and I think it has to have a special signature.
Senator Davis, I do appreciate your being here tonight. I just wanted to bring that out while you were here. I think it's important for the town of Hilton Head to negotiate very critically and hard with SCDOT for the beautification of the island. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
escape out of it back into the front.
I'm understanding that this is sort of a preview. We had approximately 30% design, so this could be or could not be as we get to the other 70%. I guess, Mr. Mayor, where I'm going is, how do we ensure, because this looks different than what was originally proposed by SCDOT. So how do we get here? I guess I'm moving forward a little bit here. How do we get to making this a reality?
The way to make this a reality is to have a steadfast and concrete memorandum of agreement that spells out exactly what it is that we expect, not only from the county, but the state as well, and all parties involved. And it's got to be airtight. It has to be specific in its language, and it has to be protective.
Are we prepared to get into some of the elements of what the mayor just described tonight, or we're gonna do that in the morning?
Well, I'd like to follow up on your question, Alex, and the answer. This is 30% of a conceptual presentation that has a lot of glam and glitz attached to it. And it's my suggestion that we don't be fooled by the pretty object in front of us, and we remember what the problem was and the solution we're trying to find. And while that is all lovely, and it is, what we are trying to do with $500 million is to say, is that money worth less than 15 minutes worth of time savings, the impact to the communities? And I don't think that it is. That's the problem. We're shifting gears here on the pretty object, and thanks for leaving it for the last, so we forget about what it is that we're actually the problem that we're looking to solve. And so please remember that while we get all anxious about how do we make this a reality, that's only 30% of a conceptual design, which is meaningless. And it's not our problem. It is lovely, and I would love to have many of those aspects built in, don't get me wrong, but that's not what we're here for. We're here about a $500 million project and time savings and levels of service and safety issues. And that's what's on the table to decide with municipal consent, not this.
Alex, I think a further answer to your question about how do we assure that these things become a reality is to make if we grant municipal consent, to make these conditions of the municipal consent. Thank you.
Alex, go ahead.
Well, I understand where we are and how we got here, trust me. We've heard from the Lockmuir folks. They've given a third-party opinion. We've had a lot of discussion about where we are. I guess where I'm going right now is what else are we trying to accomplish tonight?
Well, I think this is about having the presentation put out there. People can see what's gone into everything, and it's the knowledge, it's the information. That's what tonight is about.
May I ask you when it's going to be time for public comment, not only here tonight, but comment provided back via what other methods there are?
As soon as Sean wraps it up, then we're going straight to public comment.
Right, but what is the time frame for people to submit written public comment? Those who weren't able to make it here tonight or to wait until almost 10 o'clock?
Well, I appreciate everybody being here, and I hate the fact that it's so late, but you know what? We're here. And so, Sean, I'm going to have you go ahead and...
But there's 37,000 people on this island, and we're not going to give those people who may be listening or who weren't able to attend
I would
the
dare say
opportunity to
that
comment?
there has been a lot of opportunities over the past 7 years to
Have they seen this?
comment.
Have they seen
I'm not
this?
saying that
Have they heard this? Have they seen or heard this information?
This is new, yes.
Okay, well, this is what they need the opportunity to make comment on.
Sean?
Yeah, so the next few slides outline it's just more detail on what the video presented.
Mayor, I think it's appropriate for Sean to explain what's left in the presentation. This is a lot of work, right?
Yes.
And I appreciate everybody wanting to have some input. I think that we've at least presented enough to hear.
Okay.
Along the way, but I think that Sean can pause because there's some more elements of this presentation that are really the agreement terms that you've already agreed to as a town council and potential agreement terms if you would consider this project. So,
Excuse me? Pardon me, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Yeah. Ms. Bryson.
I understand.
Mayor,
I didn't hear that.
I'm anxious to hear public comment. My only question for the mayor is, we have on our agenda the MOU. I want to hear public comment. And unless you feed me, I'm not going to be able to stay here until midnight and deal with an MOU. I will stay here as long as it takes to hear public comment, notwithstanding not having any food. But if we're going to talk about the MOU, I'd really rather wait till another day.
And I would second that, especially since the MOU that we have all been reviewing is not the one that's going to be presented tonight. And therefore, we haven't even seen it ourselves. And I don't think that's fair to any of us, not to have it in our hands, to look and to review that document before it's discussed. Presenting it up on the big screen is not good enough for me. And I won't take something and act on it that these folks haven't heard about.
Well, let's go ahead and open up for public comment. Anybody wish to? Oh.
I gotta go.
And just a quick reminder, we got 3 minutes and do
John Stewart.
state your name and address.
How y'all doing? Glad to be out here. But number one, what we got here, just like say, you know how we got here? So what we gonna do about it? It's impact no way we go. You come up with them beautiful ideas, robotics or whatever you call it. You can come up with your planning idea, it ain't gonna help. It's not gonna help. Only thing gonna help, we all gotta get together as people. Now, I don't know about them folks who live in the plantation, okay? But this is what y'all gonna have to do. I like what noise y'all making, but you gotta be real. The only way on this island is coming right through the historic neighborhood, and that's the black neighborhood. Now, white folks gotta give up something else by this lips. We gotta do some action and get in them plantation and make some ways out, because when them hurricanes come, okay? When them hurricanes come, ain't up but one way. All right? So let's come up with some different ideas instead of widening the road and coming to a bottleneck. Your model is all right. Looks good on. In real life, it don't work. Okay? Real life, it don't work. We got to find another out. Another way out. Mayor, that's what we got to do. All right? This is what been happening. Hey, I'm still suffering from the first road. All right? Noise pollution. Boom. My mama told you all. Okay? She can't sleep at night. What happened to a person when they can't sleep at night? Any one of us. What happened? Y'all disoriented. Head, I'm serious.
All right, this is real shit. Okay? All right? This is my mama we talking about. Okay? Not me. Okay? Because I'll be real pissed off now because she's an old lady. She catching hell in that house. Noise. What we going to do about that? We bring more traffic through. Okay? What we going to do about that? Okay? Now, that's an old house. Okay? Hey, when y'all build a last one, I don't know if I told y'all this, y'all build a last one, Indigo Run, they build damn moon, sand piles. The other side, with the black neighborhood, you ain't did nothing. Okay? You ride the Spanish Wells right now, or Jonesville, hey, and you got your car window down, you can hear the other cars coming through. Okay? I'm just like I say, but we got to do something. Another way on this island. You're spending a lot of money. I just heard some hell of a numbers. Millions of dollars.
Johnny, we got it.
Millions of dollars.
We got others. Yep. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
I know what it is not to lose sleep, okay?
Yes, sir.
Raising a little hand boy by myself, okay? I was crazy.
All right, Johnny, I need to give somebody else an opportunity. Who else would like to speak? Yeah. Come on up. Do we have people? We'll just open it up.
My name is Linda Harrington. I live in Indigo Run. I've had 15 years of experience on land use boards in another municipality. I sit in astonishment every time I read an article or attend a meeting about this bridge. From all that I have gathered, both living here and past experience visiting, the forces that want a huge, shiny new bridge onto our little sandbar are deeply entrenched and have done everything in their power to see this built as per a faulty DOT plan. They found a path to subverting well-intentioned studies to push their plan. We should all be asking ourselves, why? Why is there such a motivation to destroy the entrance to a charming, beautiful, small island? As has been said for years, bigger isn't always better, it's just bigger. The initial issue is a simple one. Why is there only a DEAS? Where's the DEIS? A DEIS will inform you as to what will work environmentally and what won't work. We don't know. How do you take down the old bridge? How much disturbance happens to the intracoastal waterway? There's a lot of bad stuff buried under there. And we're gonna bring it all up and we're gonna do it right on top of Pinckney Island. Do we have any care at all for the animals, for the environment? How much impervious surface do you plan to add with your bridge? Because on a small island with a very high water table and constant flooding in a rain, how much more impervious surface are you adding? How are you mitigating that? An EIS, a DEIS, will give you mitigations. People work to figure out, how do we mitigate this? Here, there's no mitigation. It's full steam ahead. Let's just pile them all on. And like I said, we're rushing to a tiny sandbar. Relatively speaking, there isn't any reason, and that used to be part of the charm of vacationing on Hilton Head. It was the anticipation, going over that bridge. We didn't care if it took us 10 minutes or 40 minutes. It was the anticipation, looking at the beautiful intracoastal. Now we're gonna see this big, massive thing, and if you look at your beautiful, glitzy little presentation, if you look at that bridge, it's a huge structure. And it's going to an island that looks this big. It's silly. It's not necessary. And I don't understand why this is happening. It's like, and to the gullahs, what do you say? Oh, we're going to do everything we can to mitigate it. That's the equivalent of saying, I'm going to put railroad tracks in your front yard, but we won't blow the whistle when we drive by. Do you know that the noise pollution alone I've got a lot more, but I'm really disappointed and disgusted in the rush to push this thing through. When you've got so many people saying, put the brakes on, use common sense, which is lacking still.
Thank you.
My name is Christopher Cliff. I've been involved in this process since November 2018, and at the third meeting, a former town manager said to me, Christopher, let's face it, there's going to be a 6-lane road right through Stoney. And here we are, 7 years later, you're railroading us into that solution. He's no longer with us. We do not aspire to be Charleston. We do not aspire to be Mount Pleasant, meaning a bridge on the scale of Ravenel is not needed. It's out of, it's wrong for our environment. It's not what we are. An inaccessible bike pedestrian lane from nowhere to nowhere is useless. And without a trailhead is unusable. At the foot of the proposed bridge, there is no youthful residential communities. Both exist in Charleston and Mount Pleasant. I go over that bridge 3 or 4 times a month, and it's young people using it who are a lot younger than we've got on this island. There's no demand for it. It's a sop to 36 bike companies and the island's leading advocate of bikes, who, as I understand it, has a club behind him of 250 people. Okay, SCDOT traffic for data for the Cross Island Parkway is readily available, and if you're interested, it's recording site 47. Traffic wanting to go south and hitting the Cross Island Parkway is increasing faster than the increase in the annual rate of traffic onto the island. In June, currently 56% of traffic coming on the island goes south. A way of getting that traffic directly to the Cross Island Parkway would significantly reduce congestion and increase safety in Stoney Corridor. And I think the solution before us is wholly inadequate, incredibly expensive, and it's irresponsible of you as a council to actually sign a memorandum of intent with a corrupt county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very short question. I would like to know what's going to happen to Mr. William Stewart's 90-year-old mother's property next to the Crazy Crab restaurant. Mr. Boxley, do you know?
Nothing's going to happen to her property.
I'm sorry?
Nothing's going to happen to her property.
And how about the properties next to them and further down? Nothing's going to happen to them?
So according to the current design proposed, the impact required, should there be any, is on the north side of the road.
So it's the other side of the road, not the side that's facing that the Crazy Crab restaurant is on. So the only properties to be taken are on that side of the road. But there are homes on the other side too.
Correct. Should there be any right-of-way impact?
So they're going to be taken.
No homes are being taken.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Other comments? Yes, ma'am. She had her hand up first.
Chris Ruffner, Windmill Harbor. I'm from Chicago. People here do not know what traffic is. I'm sorry. It's the #1 in traffic delays in the US, #2 in the world. We've got tons of roads everywhere, and they all jam up. We put new ones in, and they all fill up. And they have something called induced demand, and that's what happens when you build a road. At first, it will seem like it's fixed the problem. Eventually, they fill up, or it even gets worse. Commuters that weren't coming will now come. And I heard someone else at the last meeting say that we don't have doctors and nurses, or contractors don't come onto the island because we don't have this big, massive road. But doesn't that mean then they're gonna come on the island because we have the big, massive road? So we're just gonna keep filling people up on these roads. There's stuff from the New York Times newspaper. There's stuff from Los Angeles. Everybody's saying that building the roads, building more roads, building wider roads does not fix the problem. In fact, in Los Angeles, after spending $6 $60 million on design and planning for over 2 decades, they actually canceled the plan because they saw that it didn't work. They based it on other roads that they saw it didn't work there. There's a freeway in Houston. It's one of the widest in the world with 26 lanes. They widened it in 2008. The project was initially hailed a success. Less than 5 years later, the travel times were more than before. There's just so much out there that I think you got to look at before you invest all this money and time, and then we're still back to where we are now or worse. And seeing some of these models, it's either we save a minute or a minute and a half, or we save 15 minutes. It's all over the place. We don't even know what's going on. None of these models, what were 50% or 70% or 30% on something else? I don't even know. I don't know how you guys can give consent to anything based on what you were shown so far. The more roads, I heard somebody say, oh, look at all the traffic accidents. Well, guess what? When you widen roads and you bring more traffic, there's going to be more traffic accidents, not less. So I don't know how that's supposed to, make us want more roads or wider roads. Also, John Hopkins did a study, and actually narrower lanes are safer than wider ones, which doesn't make sense because you think you have more room to maneuver, but actually people drive faster when the lanes are wider, so you might want to take that into effect. Also, I don't think all the solutions that can be taken into account here. We could do maybe reverse lanes. Usually the lanes aren't as busy and going both directions, so I don't know why we can't do something like that. Or some kind of toll system or Jesus, I hate this thing. If we can do some tax incentives for some of the major employers to either have shuttle services or they can alter their hours of employment so there's less workers at the same time.
All right, thank you.
We all know my name is Frank Babel, and I'd like to thank all you talented people for showing up today. There's so much talent here. I had a 3-minute speech prepared. I'm not going to read it. I'm going to save you a little bit of time. We're victims of our own success. We are dependent on labor from outside the island. If we don't have it, we fail. And by all measures, our artery into this town is failing. 1,100 crashes, 6 people dead, 85 in the hospital. We go to a restaurant, there aren't any people to help us. Every single owner here is struggling to get labor. Why? Well, one of the reasons is because the people can't reliably get across the bridge to go to work. And there are so many opportunities in the mainland because it's growing so fast. There are plenty of opportunities out there, so they're not coming here. That's a real problem for us. We've got to fix this problem. We really do. The mainland, the people used to come here to do their nails and go to doctors. They don't come here anymore because they can't rely on getting across the bridge in an organized way. So that's the problem. How do you measure success? It isn't saving 30 seconds. It's getting the workforce here. We need to survive and thrive. Because I think it's a life and death situation. I think it's going to really affect us over time. And if we can't get the labor force on here and fix that road, we're gonna be in trouble. That's my opinion. I'm just going to share it with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Perhaps town manager or mayor could order some pizza. That would be nice. We've heard from a lot of professionals here tonight and a lot of work. My take on everything I've heard tonight is our problem is not caused by 45,000 local residents. It's caused by allowing too much tourism for the capacity of our infrastructure and our road system. The challenge now is finding solutions to balance tourism so it does not disrupt the lives of 45,000 people who moved here for a life of no traffic and a clean, healthy environment for them, their families, their children, as well as the retirees to enjoy the last years of their life. And I'm knocking on that door. Google how tourism adversely affects local residents and the environment. Google it and read a lot about it. We will need to take some hard actions. Is it a moratorium? Is it staggered days for check-in and check-out? Folks, we got to take action, because I got to tell you, 6 pounds does not fit in a 5-pound bag. I don't care how hard you try, it's not going to work. So the other thing we got to do is we got to come to the reality is we got to stop spending $7 million a year of our tax monies to promote Hilton Head. I mean, I'm 76 years old. These younger guys in here know exactly what I'm talking about. Tourism is produced and all you want by technology. That's an old failed business model to think that you need some chamber or CVB or DMO to build tourism. We got enough tourism. We don't need any more. So I think that's pretty much all I have to say. Well, I've got one more thing. The corridor is not going to solve the traffic. It's simply like a stent for your heart. You have the same 4 lanes all the way from I-95 entering the stent. And after the stent, you have more 2 to 4 lane roads. You are just shifting the traffic from one area to another area, and it might make it even worse in the south end of Hilton Head by doing that. You're not going to solve anything. It was impressive. I looked at that. It looked beautiful. It was great. But we just don't need it. I've been here 50 years. I came here for the Charles Frazier vision, like a lot of us in here. You guys have got to come to reality, and you got to start making things right. You're doing you do some things right, but you do a lot of things wrong. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. No.
Felice Lamarca, and I live in Sea Pines, Mr. Alfred. I moved here nearly 30 years ago and have lived in the same house in Sea Pines for that long. I moved from Atlanta, where the mantra is, if you build it, they will come. And believe me, the roads fill up, and they fill up quickly, because what happens with the roads, and I know we're not talking about Hilton Head because we're almost built out, but we've got Okatee and Bluffton and Jasper County. They're building it, and they're coming. So you need to look at other solutions. I applaud Ms. Becker because she's right. Ms. Bryson, you are correct. You have got to look at other solutions. You continue building roads, widening lanes, building bridges, doing overpasses. You will destroy this island. You will destroy this island. We all came here for the simple things in life. Please don't make it Miami Beach. Please don't. Mr. Ames, I was in a meeting where you mentioned everybody still goes to Key West, but nobody's 4-laned and 6-laned and 8-laned the causeway. But has it stopped tourism there? No. It's not going to stop tourism here. We want quality, not quantity, okay? Think, and I've talked to Steve Birdwell, Mr. Alford, we want quality, not quantity. I sell real estate. I'm an anathema to my industry because I feel that quality is more important. They're coming from Okatee, they're coming from Jasper County, they're coming up 462, whether they're tourists or they're buying all the new homes. And they'll be coming here, okay? So you need to take care of us. You need to take care of the animals, the wildlife, the birds, our sea life. Somebody needs to give a damn, because I'm going to be dead before it's destroyed. I'm old. But you young people, where are you? All right, they're home in bed. They're home in bed. Okay. It will be you guys. You're going to pay for our mistakes. You're going to pay for our mistakes, Jared. So please do it right, please.
All right, thank you.
Gray Smith, Indigo Run. The Golden Gate Bridge is now 87 years of age. Never once has an even larger bridge been built alongside of it, nor even suggested. There have been two major projects on this bridge. One was a complete roadway resurfacing, and the other consisted of upgrades to strengthen earthquake resilience, given the bridge's proximity to the San Andreas Fault. Sound familiar? While our 4 separate bridge spans are not nearly as iconic as the Golden Gate Bridge, they have been loved by many tourists who then became residents for the minimally environmentally invasive and beautiful waterway views they yield in both directions as Hilton Head lovers once again return to the island. How about we borrow from some Golden Gate technology and renovate our 4 spans rather than spend 5 to 7 years and $500 million at least to build an 11-lane, 137-foot wide, single-span monstrosity to replace them? Do you, Town Council, really believe that this is the best solution for our island, which actually is iconic in its history and culture and beautiful, albeit rapidly diminishing waterways, nature, and beach environment? Or are you simply succumbing to the developmental pressures that are being brought upon you by the condo and short-term rental builders, the realtors, the mortgage brokers, the Greater Island Council, the Hilton Head Bluffton Chamber of Commerce, and the County Council, which views Hilton Head as its own little cash cow revenue generator? I checked the change.org website today. Our petition against the mega bridge, directed toward the Hilton Head Town Council and the County Council, now has 11,045 signatures as of 10 a.m. this morning. You should read some of the comments on this site. I recognize many names of Hilton Head residents, and their comments all share the commonality of this message. We, the residents, do not want this giant bridge at the entrance to our island. You have an important decision to make on Thursday. Will your decision reflect the will of the residents and actually the tourists too, because they look forward to returning to a beautiful and environmentally and culturally rich island, unique island year after year? Or will you cave into the pressures of the developers who push for more and more urbanization of our island? That is the decision you will face, reduced to its essentials. Will you decide for the residents and tourists or for the developers? What legacy will you leave? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John O'Toole. I live on Hilton Head Island, not in a plantation, a humble abode. But I like to talk about my experience. I have the privilege of living on Hilton Head, but I drive off island every day. And I hope that what I say isn't to my own detriment. But I just have to tell you, when I drive off island every day, and people dismiss it as 15 minutes. But if you do that every day, one way, that's 5 days a year you're in that. If there's one accident, many people try to make a meeting here on Hilton Head in the morning, and they're an hour and a half late. So that means they're in traffic. So I just think there's got to be a solution that is empathy. I love all things nature. I love every bit of Hilton Head. But we care so well for trees. We care so well for turtles. We have to care for people too. And I'm not trying to offend anyone behind me, I promise you that. I will tell you, as a kid, I lived in the Northeast, and one summer day we woke up and a segment of the Mayanas Bridge fell out. And people were trying to wave people, but some people didn't know what they were doing and drove to their own death. I think that we started this process in probably like 2-3 years ago, just dealing with aging infrastructure, and we shouldn't lose sight of that. But if you think about these people, there are people here who've had people not be able to be put in rooms in Hilton Head Hospital because they have no nurses. And I can tell you, as somebody who does economic development in Beaufort County, there are going to be hospitals built off island. And so if you can't get health care on the island and you're in a hallway when you need critical care, It's a concern. And then these working people, one fender bender, they're living by the skin of their teeth. One fender bender on this road, and I did watch the whole meeting. I couldn't park here, so I watched the first 4.5 hours from my couch. But you'd have to get the system to work for you today. You'd have to reduce traffic, as I understood it, by 30%. You can't do that. So now you have to be responsible. You have to care about people. I know there's always a concern about budget, but where are we if that bridge falls out like Manus? Thank you.
Thank you. David?
I'm David Johnson. I live in Port Royal. It was mentioned quite a while ago, but in 2019, the US 278 Gateway Corridor Committee, which Alex well knows, drafted 3 key principles, which were put up there tonight to guide this project. These guiding principles were subsequently endorsed by the town and county unanimously. And I think it's worth revisiting them a little bit. We talked about them, but I want to revisit them in my own phrase. The principles were what? First, improve the safety of residents, workers, and tourists. Over the last 11 years, there have been an average of 168 accidents annually. I mean, it's not your imagination, it's almost every other day, right, that you think there's an accident. There is. There are 62 injuries. We can talk about time, but these are people. 62 injuries a year and 1 death a year on average over those last 11 years. Second, protect the safety and quality of life of the residents and businesses along the corridor. Stoney was particularly singled out in the first bullet point under that second principle. Now, the only way I know how to determine a town's priorities is to look how the town spends our money. This town has spent no money to make Stoney safer in the 9 years that I've lived here, and I dare say it's been beyond that. The town has spent no money. Now, some people try to justify that by saying that it's, 278 is a state road. But that didn't fly, because the DOT routinely grants easements to municipalities to improve road and pedestrian safety. With this project and with the work of the CDC here, you have an opportunity to remedy this. The third guiding principle is to design an aesthetically and pleasing entry to the island with minimal environmental impact. I think we've gotten a good start with MKSK and the town working together on how to make this a roadway that we'll all be proud of, an entrance to the island as this moves forward. But there's still a lot of design work that needs to be done to get this right. So 4 consultants have looked at this project. Every one of them has agreed on the big principle. The corridor needs to be widened. The current design has suggested changes that improve the project and minimize the impact. If town council votes against this corridor project on Thursday, we're effectively telling the island's most important constituencies, residents, tourists, and workers, that we're not concerned about safety. In fact,
David, I've got to get you to wrap it up.
okay, I don't believe the majority of islanders feel this way. A significant majority of residents voted to tax themselves to make this a reality. So I urge you to push this to the end.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Oh, yes, sir. Come on up.
First of all, I'm freezing. Since 5 o'clock, I'm absolutely freezing. So if I shake. Number 2, I'm Steve Robinson from Indigo Run. I'm retired. I was in the consulting business, so I know the job these guys have been doing. I know what your guys are doing. I know what you guys are doing, because I've been in many, many industries. I'm here for 3 minutes, so I'm watching it. Number one, let's talk real quick about 2045. I don't care about 2045. I care about 2024 and on, but not to 2045. We're an island. We're almost all built out. We're not going to have that many more people. We think you're going to have 60, 70,000 on this island full time? You're not. You don't have enough room. I've heard 24,000, 27,000. I've heard 37,000. I don't know what the hell it is, but it's one of those. It was 16 when I came. So from that standpoint, we are here. I've heard a lot of the people before me had a lot of good things they wanted to get out, and they were all pretty good things to say. But I'm going to tell you this: we hear about a damn bridge, okay? A bridge that we've been told is not safe. So let's talk about the bridge and let's try to keep Hilton Head like it was. Common sense. We got a new bridge, we put a bridge up like we have. If we can't fix the one we got, take it down and put up a new one. We need 2 lanes just like we have. I can't believe that we're looking at a bicycle path over a damn bridge down into an island that nobody will use, okay? What about a car that has an accident or a car that runs out of gas? That's what creates problems. You're not going to have 6 lanes, 3 lanes down into 3. It isn't the lanes, it's your damn stoplights that's screwing things up. You got to fix the stoplights. And when I hear about how the South Carolina Department of Transportation, if that's who it is, takes care of the lights stink. We spent all this money for these lights, all right, that they're supposed to, they're not synced at all. They're just not. They're terrible. So we need to put a 2-lane bridge, okay? We need to beautify the island, okay? And if that entails, but just remember, 3 lanes is not going to keep moving the traffic, okay? It's the lights. If the lights can stop 2 lanes, it can stop 3 lanes, okay? Think about it.
Thanks, Steve.
And I want to thank all of you again for your work, you consultants, okay? Oh, and your board members, I want to thank you. And your administrators, I want to thank you. Mr. Orlando.
Hey, I'm Angie Hutchins, and yes, thank you all for being here. I came from a family of engineers, and my dad used to always walk around and say, nobody thanks any engineers for buildings that stay up. They only note the ones that fall down. So this is a thankless job in a lot of ways, and there's a lot of work that for sure has gone into all this. But the landing the plane part of my brain that just wants to get to the bottom line is really sad, because there's a lot of people that love this island that understand the need for the one part of the bridge to be repaired, and if you're doing something, do it well. But this has gone spiraling so much out of control, and I'll piggyback off of Steve and talk about the lights, because last week there was a meeting on the traffic lights, and I listened very, very carefully to hear any results. If you get our tax dollars, I want to see that you're faithful with them and that the results come through. So far, we recently spent $3.1 million on the traffic lights, and I would agree. The guy came out and said, we didn't know they didn't do well in electrical storms. Well, that should have been part of the vetting process somewhere, asking good questions. I have a variety of comments, but before we do bazillions of $500 million or whatever this total will be by the time it's totally done, counting the cost is imperative. Ms. Becker and Ms. Bryson, thank you for coming and being here and asking solid questions and holding people's feet to the fire. You all brought receipts, and you came informed and dedicated, and you are what I am looking for in my representative government in terms of really thinking through the consequences for us, and probably much of that has been done behind the scenes. But that's important, and it's important for us to be part of that, because we could build a better community by building consensus over this and the final product. Lastly, I want to say, well, no, not quite lastly. Somebody a long time ago, I don't know who, said necessity is the mother of invention. And all I've heard about this plan is that it's the same dead-gum plan that was started by the SCOD with a few tweaks, and we get a little bit of input on it. And it's still the same exact plan. Creativity is wonderful. The Golden Gate Bridge was built without government funds, and it was under budget, and it was quicker than they thought it would be. There's lots of other things. I think I haven't heard anything like that wasn't knocked down that couldn't be more creative and more fitting for our island, and I just beg you for that. The job situation, we're facing a job shortage, people working nationwide. I was in Birmingham, which is not an island, and they didn't have anybody to work in the whole mall. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Diederik Advocaat. I want to thank you for a record, at least in my history of the Town Council, a record evening with you. I think I know most of you. I do want to recognize Senator Davis, who has been instrumental in making it possible for us to realize this project, whatever it's going to be. And so thank you, Senator, for always being the facilitator. So I feel a little cheated because I'm part of the corridor committee, yet we have not been dissolved yet. The study hasn't been completed and presented to the committee. And I see a video of the SCDOT plan even before we have concluded our evaluation. The initial resolution was rejected, so we still need to come to a conclusion, and yet we are also looking at the next town council meeting to dissolve the corridor committee. So, and in light of that, I see that MKSK has made plans or looked at plans for that southern bypass in quite a good detail. Not perfect, but it's in a detail. We have been begging for that southern bypass to be truly evaluated, which has been done to some level, but not to the full extent. And I tell you that if we look at it carefully, and if we are transparent, and I please take this all in, from Alex, for your community, and David, I don't agree with you. If you look at the southern bypass, and you look at the properties affected by the southern, it's 0. If you look at the other side, Alex, it's 21 properties. The land is owned by the town. It may be traditional cultural property, but there are only a few people, far less than on the other side. The community lives on the other side. And I want you to seriously consider this. I don't want to stand here, having spent all these hours and all these days looking at this project and be pushed aside. I would like the entire town council to take this in seriously. It has effects on us. Steve, Alfred, it's going to have an effect on sea pines. We need to be smart about it, and we need to really consider. So I want to propose that the corridor committee not be dissolved, that we actually give the southern bypass a real chance and a real good luck. Thank you for doing that. And thank you for all the work that we've been putting you through a lot. I want to thank the people from Lochmuller as well for all their work. Thank you.
Thank you, Diederik. Peter?
Lynn Greeley, Moss Creek. You know, this last weekend, I went to the beach. There was not even a place to put a towel. I mean, I was at Coligny. It was really, really sad. It was really ugly, and it was really awful and uncomfortable. And here you just keep pushing and pushing and pushing. There's something nefarious going on, because one, the lights aren't working, which they've said, but I've come from a place where the lights work perfectly, California, of all places, and they work great. But here, they don't work at all. And I think there's a reason for it, and that's why I'm saying you want to have a ton of traffic coming on the island, and you don't want to fix anything so you can get your damn bridge across. And I am so tired of all the stuff here. It's really frustrating. I mean, I came to this beautiful place, but I can just see it getting ruined because there's no master plan. You're not going to stop all the tourism coming in. You just keep advertising for more. I mean, Skip was perfectly right on everything he was saying, and everybody else here today. It's just disgusting. There is no reason to put in the bridge. I haven't heard one good reason from anybody today, or that it's going to do anything. It's just really sad. I just cannot believe you people, I'm not talking about you, Tamara, I'm not talking about you, Ms. Bryson, but I don't understand it. And you guys are here and you don't even have one damn question. So that tells me everything I need to know about all of you that are.
Thank you.
They're not going to like me. Sean, great job. Jared, great job. You guys, great job. You folks are going to have to make a decision. I'm an employer. We're vilifying tourists, which give us the lifestyle we enjoy. Most of the people behind me were tourists. And if they weren't, this is part of a larger solution. Someone vilified the bike path. You're going to have electric bikes going on. That's an alternative to automobile transportation. Lots of people are using electric bikes. They're going to use that as an electric bicycle way all the way over here. It is not the only solution. Yes, there has to be more public transportation. You can think about another bridge, but we're thinking about something that's 20 years in the future. We need something now. If someone says he's not thinking about 2045, you better be thinking about 2045, right now. You can't get people to work because they don't want to come over the bridge, period. You're paying higher wages, and that's fine, but there are people who will not come over that bridge for any price. And when you need a part, they won't even go over to get it. There are some manufacturers and there are some vendors who will not work in Hilton Head. They will not come over the bridge. I constantly have to work to get people to come to employment at Hilton Head Plantation, constantly. It's never ending. And if you think the solution of taking 2 lanes going into 5 lanes and 5 lanes going into 2 lanes, you don't need to be a Bomar brain to figure out it doesn't work. You need 3 lanes in each direction. And if someone thinks that the bridge that we have now is pretty, the new bridge, nothing is perfect. If you're looking for perfection, it's in your mind's eye. It doesn't exist. This is part of a larger solution, and I urge you to vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Richard Busy. I live in Indigo Run. The traffic congestion problem is far more than inadequate roads and bridges. It is island capacity. The elephant in the room is growth. Growth in terms of tourists and full-time residents. When Hilton Head is fully developed, there's going to be a population of about 55,000 permanent residents. We know that more than 3 million visitors come here every year, and there's reason to believe that number is going to continue to increase dramatically, especially given the millions of dollars being spent to lure the tourist here. The only way to rein in the number of tourists is to implement a moratorium on the millions of dollars this town and the chamber spend every year to entice people to come here. Unlimited spending to attract tourists has finally caught up with us. The funding is taking place without any regard for capacity. The town also needs to seriously consider a moratorium on new developments for 1 year. Use that time to figure out exactly where we're going and what our actual capacity is. Now, we can hear the chamber people saying, or people like Peter Christian, you can't stop all the marketing. Tourism is our bread and butter. We have lots of competition, and Hilton Head needs to be out there, right? But my experience, 40 years or so in marketing and public relations, tells me this: a freeze on tourism spending for 1 year will not adversely impact the number of tourists coming here. There might be a slight but insignificant decline, but there won't be an increase. The Chamber of Commerce has for years discounted the welfare of island citizens by not recognizing island capacity limits. Your sole job as council members is to represent us, island residents. During the 1-year moratorium, a citizens task force would need to be appointed to examine the issues and make recommendations on how best to move forward. It's going to take courage, and I don't expect it overnight, maybe with some new council members come November, but it's going to take courage to actually approve a moratorium, but it will be courage that saves the day. One final thought on 278, which I bet most of the people in the audience or the public just doesn't know. How the hell can you consider granting municipal consent this Thursday when the consultants, by their own admission, have not completed their report? One task is 50% complete. As of last Tuesday, 50%. And your Citizens Advisory Committee, which you have on the agenda for Thursday to dissolve it, they haven't made a recommendation to you, the town council, yet. There was a motion to do that, and as you well know, Mayor, it failed on a 2-2 tie vote. So that would be like a teacher giving her student an A on an assignment that wasn't turned in yet because it wasn't completed, right? Does that make any sense?
Ask you to wrap it up.
Does that make any sense?
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, Council, John Casey, Indigo Run. I'd like to follow up on the last gentleman's comments and on Dietrich's comments and his query as to why we are proceeding when, as you heard, the non-answers, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, and the differing data to the questions that were asked, when the advisory committee is not done with its work, when the independence report is not finished, why are we having a special meeting in order to vote on this project this Thursday? And I think the answer is because, once again, the town has been cornered into an artificial crisis by the county. One that, right? And another bogeyman about the environmental assessment. In the same breath that you're hearing it's going to expire, we heard that it will be revised again and again and again as necessary when changes occur. So why can't the town learn, as the county has, the power of no? You go to the county and say, hey, I'd like to talk about, no. What about this? No. Can't consider that. Why doesn't the town do that? Why doesn't the town say no? And pretty soon you'll get to maybe, and you'll be working very hard on getting to yes. But at the same time, you can't blame the county or the circumstances, because it'll be an affirmative decision by you folks if you decide to do it. It rests on your shoulders. You do not have to make this decision now. If anything was demonstrated tonight, it's that this project is not ready for prime time. And that might be okay if it was just a workshop to continue the work and get to the right answer. But it's not okay when it's just shoved down the public's throat at a special meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Casey. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it,
Good evening.
I stand here as sixth generation Native Islander Gullah Geechee, and we've been pretty much saying a lot of the same things at a lot of the meetings, and we're tired of being negatively impacted with the town of Hilton Head, SCLD, SCDOT, whatever the case may be. It seems like the Black community, the Gullah community, is always impacted negatively, and we're tired of it. And I appreciated what John Stewart said earlier, and because they've lived in the corridor, as it's called, all their lives, and they have to bear the brunt, and their mother is bearing the brunt, and yet their voices aren't being heard. Bill Stewart, his brother, shared his story at the CDC meeting. He was almost in tears. I mean, it touched my heart to hear how they're suffering and how they're suffered over the years, and the answer is no. And he said, how, you know, the answer is no, but yet we hear mitigation, and they were, the community, the Gullah community was not given an opportunity to say no with this project. And I have several comments, and for the sake of time, I won't be able to go over all of them. But for one, the preferred alternative, the town is considering to ease traffic on Hilton Head Island by expanding Highway 278 to 6 lanes will seriously burden the Gullah Geechee community of Stoney. Number two, the Highway 278 expansion project has been flawed from the beginning. For one, the town's commissioned study only seriously considered routes through the historical Stoney community. Also, expanding Highway 278 as the sole route on and off the island will probably lead to further expansion in the future and will erode the quality of life of Stoney residents and lead to displacement from the island. Once again, we're bearing the brunt. Three, the preferred alternative that the town is voting on will profit off the same Gullah Geechee community that it will exclusively and negatively impact. Nobody else is being impacted. With the new proposal that was brought forward, it's going to be, looks like it's going to be fewer impacts. However, it's still going to be impact, even with the with Willie James store that's going to be torn down. It's still a part of our historic community. It was Alec Patterson's store that was built in 1954. I shared this before, and it's a part of the economic infrastructure of the Gullah Geechee community.
Ask you to wrap it up.
And for the sake of time, I will submit my other comments for the record.
Thank you.
But our voices need to be heard, and it will be heard.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Anybody else? Oh, I couldn't. Yeah.
Good evening. I know it's a long evening. I've watched this presentation for years from you guys, now you guys. I thank you for all of your hard work. But if you want a bridge that looks like an I-95 bridge, then go for that one, because that's exactly what it looks like. It doesn't look like a pretty bridge to go to Hilton Head. Okay, we're better off keeping what we have or put in a 4-lane option for a bridge. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilman?
Good evening, everybody. Tom Reitz, County Council, and not everybody on County Council is corrupt. I am sincere about that.
It's been a year and about 4 months I've been on council, and I got to tell you, I like the work you're doing, Tammy, Patsy, everybody, but you got to, you know, I was the one council member that voted no to ask you for consent. I'm here to say right now, I think you ought to hold off on it until we got to work together. There are so many, I sat here tonight, and I hear professionals say they don't know an answer, or they're not done. And here we are going to force people, you represent these people, and we're going to force them to take, you know, it's like you're in Vegas. Is 7-Eleven going to come? I got to be honest with you. You know I've stood for you against every one of my council members to say, no, we're not going to force them for the consent. Take a break. Work together. What is the rush? If it's good today, it'll be good tomorrow. And I'm shocked that there's some of these answers that haven't been answered tonight by people we pay a ton of money for. So listen, all I'm going to say is I don't have all the answers, but I do know that if we truly want to work together, county and town, let's not force each other. Let's not call each other corrupt. Let's work together and understand that, you know, somebody came up here and talked about Birmingham. You don't think they have a shortage of workers? You think it's right here? That's it? No. We got some good people. Let's stand up and be leaders. You know, not for the sake of whatever you think your community is, but what the right answer is. If we don't have answers and we can't answer it, what's the sense of asking people to do something? And by the way, if the majority of people say they don't want something done, isn't that our job to represent them as well? Holy cow. God, I'm new to this, but I'm going to tell you right now, you put me into a lot of fire, everybody. All aspects, and I got to tell you, I love it. I like it more now than when I started. Stand together, let's take a pause, and do the right thing. Thank you all.
Thank you. Any other public comments? One last time, I just want to make certain I'm not missing somebody from the corner of my eye. All right, we'll bring it back. So, Sean, do you have anything else to?
Mayor, I have a few more slides. There's no time to forego the additional slides.
Okay.
We did have on the agenda to discuss memorandum of understanding. I will take your advice at 10:45 on.
At 10:45, I think we have been here and long enough. I'm hearing some stomachs growl. But first and foremost, for everybody that came out and spoke, thank you for coming out. While we don't like to have meetings that go this long, it is important that we do this. So, any other comments from council?
No, Mayor, what are we going to do about the remaining items on the agenda? Are we continuing them to another meeting?
I'm going to have to say yes on that due to the time that we are tonight, and we'll have to figure that out tomorrow.
Then we need to ask the town attorney what we do about that. We have a regular meeting scheduled for tomorrow. It's not on the agenda. We have another meeting scheduled for Thursday afternoon.
It has to be Wednesday.
Well, I don't know whether we have enough time today. What is today anyway? Is it still today? So I don't know what time we have to notice another meeting or to continue it to a day and time certain. I think our town attorney needs to advise us on that.
Curtis, what advice can you give us on that?
Well, if the will of council is that at this hour, no one is prepared to or wishes to go forward with item 3A2, then I think you can move to You can do a couple of things. You can move to amend your agenda to simply remove it. You can postpone it to a particular time if you wish to do that. I mean, that would be up to the will of council to do that. You do have a meeting tomorrow, but you can't put it on that one because you don't have enough time to notice it. You have a special meeting for Thursday that's been called. You could amend your agenda on that one, or you could set another special meeting to deal with item 3A2 at a different time.
You want to make a motion?
I move that we designate Wednesday as the time for us to pick up.
If I could jump in, Wednesdays.
that's right,
Yeah, the
yeah.
19th and it's Juneteenth and it's
Well, then we'll have to go
Yeah, we have a couple of other issues. We talked about the fact that this is the first time that many of us, but certainly the public, has heard a lot of this information. And it's unfair to not allow there to be public comment submitted to this body for consideration. And so there needs to be a time period where that's allowed. And secondly, the MOA, that we have a draft of, that we've all been working off of, is not the one that was intended to be presented tonight. So I need time to receive that, to review it, analyze it, comment on it. And I don't know how you think all that's going, or anyone thinks that that's going to happen in this short period of time.
Mayor, could I make one other comment? And Mr. Gruber has pointed out something that he's absolutely right on. This is a workshop. No action was to be taken on these items anyway. At this point, I'm not sure you have an obligation to address every item here. You can simply move to adjourn. At the point in time that the council is ready to deal with the memorandum with Beaufort County, it comes back on an agenda for a meeting, either regular or special, as the mayor determines.
I think we need to ask the town attorney about the agenda then for June 20th, which includes a resolution authorizing execution of an MOU with Beaufort County. And if we haven't talked about it and then had a draft prepared, I don't think we can consider that. And I don't think we can consider granting municipal consent or a resolution to dissolve the Gateway Advisory Committee on Thursday's agenda.
Here's what I would like to do. In lieu of the time that we're at right now, I would like to take this under advisement first thing in the morning to determine next steps and paths forward. And that's what I would like to recommend. I think that is the right answer at this point in time. And definitely make a motion to adjourn.
I would like to make the motion to adjourn at this time. Second.
All those in favor? We're adjourned.